Shalom. So, I, as expected, my um, discussion with Snorkel Blog is very popular, um, and it's probably going to be one of the most popular um, videos on my channel. And I have gotten reactions from uh, hey, this guy really sounds like a reasonable person, and I identify with a lot of the stuff he says. To, are you sure you know what you're doing? Um, and no, I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. Um, but what bothers me is that the people who should know what they're doing, the people who should be doing what it takes to deal with reasonable people's objections to reasonable things. See my 2 hour long video on anti Semitism. Um, they're not doing it. And right now, I should be doing my taxes and I should be working on my business. And I have a lot of stuff to do. And I have fewer resources than I have ever had in doing what should not be a problem at all, which is addressing mistakes in information. Um, I keep on going back to this image. So I went to USC, and their Judaic Studies department is actually through the Hebrew Union College, HUC, in Los Angeles, which in fact may in the future be their only campus. Um, and I remember coming out of Hebrew class one day, and in front of HUC was parked a car that was towing a boat done up as a float of a slave ship. And I forget if there was a large sign on it that, you know, um, Jews were the slave, something like that. I mean, obviously it was a display trying to raise consciousness on the role of Jews in slavery, which is pretty old hat, even though people seem to think that it's new hat. No, it's old hat. But I don't, and part of the reason when I had my discussion with Snorkel Blog was that I tried to stay away from actually debating the real, you know, things that can be refuted, because that's where they want us. That's where they want us. I, I, I don't want people to think that what I'm doing is a Bulverism, which let's go ahead and take a look at Bulverisms. This is an idea that C.S. Lewis came up with. And here, I'll just read what he wrote. You must show that a man is wrong before you start explaining why he is wrong. The modern method is to assume without discussion that he is wrong, and then distract his attention from this, the only real issue, by busily explaining how he became so silly. In the course of the last 15 years, I have found this vice so common that I have had to invent a name for it. I call it Bulverism. Someday I'm going to write a biography of its imaginary inventor, Ezekiel Bulver, whose destiny was determined at the age of 5 when he heard his mother say to his father, who had been maintaining that two sides of a triangle were together greater than a third, "Oh, you say that because you are a man." At that moment, E. Bulver assures us, there flashed across my opening mind the great truth that refutation is no necessary part of argument. Assume that your opponent is wrong and explain his error, and the world will be at your feet. Attempt to prove that he is wrong, or worse still, try to find out whether he is wrong or right, and the national dynamism of our age will thrust you to the wall. That is how Bulwer became one of the makers of the 20th century. Suppose I think, after doing my counts, that I have a large balance at the bank, and suppose you want to find out whether this belief of mine is wishful thinking. You can never come to any conclusion by examining my psychological condition. Your only chance of finding out is to sit down and work through the sum yourself. When you have checked my figures, then, and then only, will you know whether I have that balance or not. If you find my arithmetic correct, then no amount of vaporing about my psychological condition can be anything but a waste of time. If you find my arithmetic wrong, then it may be relevant to explain psychologically how I came to be so bad at my arithmetic, and the doctrine of the concealed wish will become relevant. But only after you have yourself done the sum and discovered me to be wrong on purely arithmetical grounds. It is the same with all thinking and all systems of thought. If you try to find out which are tainted by speculating about the wishes of the thinkers, you're merely making a fool of yourself. You must find out on purely logical grounds which of them do in fact break down as arguments. Afterwards, if you like, go on and discover the psychological causes of the error. This is very logical. He is 100% correct, except for one sentence, where he says, you are making a fool of yourself. You're not. That's the unfortunate part. And that's where we are underestimating the enemy. And if you're wondering who Claire Khaw is, she is the enemy. Well, if she is a person, real person, she is the enemy. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. This is going to sound like I have lost my mind, and I wish I had. And I'm going to ask you to actually put aside the idea that maybe I am crazy, which is possible. I admit it. And consider what I'm actually saying. We have very, very sophisticated people, and it's not a shadowy figure. We know the names of these people. And it's not something that I myself discovered by myself. There are many, many people who have been talking, very intelligent people, Stephen Hicks, Jordan Peterson, James Lindsay, most of all, Vocal Distance, Benjamin Boyce, Paul Vanderklay, John Vervaeke, Jonathan Haidt. There are real people who if you dig down into what I am going to be saying, you will be able to see that I'm not just crazy, that this is actually going on, which is really, really hard to believe. Um, and it's so hard to believe that when I meet the average person, I don't even bother trying to, because I know they won't believe me. And I know they can't believe me. And I know that if it would take way, way more than most people are willing to put the work into to see how far we've gone. And this is what I've been trying to tell Snorkel Blog. This is what I've been trying to tell everyone. Maybe I should read this one more time. So this is from the rules of my server. We are all here because we see a lot of not only incompetence but downright corruption. It is eating away at our society. People are justifiably distrustful. I hope it is perfectly clear that I am just as much worried about corrupt and negligent administration of power as everyone else here. But the solution is not to stop trying to find trustworthy people. It is to secure our distributed cognition, to earn each other's trust, and extend that trust in competent ways. I'll give you an analogy. If there's a leak somewhere and water's coming in, the wrong thing to try to do is get rid of the water without fixing the leak. And addressing the content of what is going on would somewhat help because you are taking water away, and I don't want to just do that, right? Snorkel Blog is one person, and what is most unfortunate is that the vast majority of people who have been put in a similar situation to him are not as articulate, are not as brave, are not as willing to speak out and be attacked and engage as he is. Most people are not going to say anything, and you're not going to hear them. But we have to understand that this is not by accident. This is not negligence. And Snorkel is not a bad person. He was not brought up bad. He's not irrational or illogical or anything like that. I think he is a very normal person who has been caught in a very, very complex trap that has been set for many years by a lot of people who are very smart. And if you blame him for being caught up in this Truman Show that we seem to be living in, you're making a huge mistake. Just look at what's going on in our society. I hope we can just look around at the craziness and see that our society is in fact losing its mind. There has never been the anti-Semitism that exists in the United States today, in American history. It just has not existed. We had a lot of philo-Semitism, which is prejudice and bigotry, but it's benign prejudice and bigotry, and um, but we're we're making things worse. One of the things you will notice, I mean, I want to go through the 3 hours of conversation that I had with Snorkel to point things out. And he feels like I will be straw manning him. I hope I'm not. Um, his words are right there, and and I will definitely give him an opportunity. And he has his channel where he can reply to anything where I misconstrue what he said. I'm not trying to trip him up. I'm not trying to chop up what he said, um, but I'm trying to point things out in a way that simply isn't possible when you're having a dialogue with other people, and to help people digest that conversation, which is a conversation that hopefully people in our community can digest and understand what is going on. Um, because I can't do this alone. I'm not going to get very far. Um, and Claire Khaw is out there with a seemingly infinite amount of time and resources. She's everywhere. She is in all the small channels, monitoring them. She comes onto my live streams. She goes on to other live streams. She goes into Telegram channels. The Claire Khaw's presence is beyond what one supposedly unemployed woman in England can possibly do. It's not possible. I don't think so. I have seen her in way too many places. Um, I'm going to wait until um, I'm finished with all of this to address the chat, because already there's just too much. But there is the chat, and I welcome your comments, and I will, as long as I'm able to, go ahead and address those at the end. And I'm prepared for this to be the long run, but it's just really, really important. And no, oh, so I wasn't going to address the chat, but it is an absolute mistake to say that because Snorkel has children who are of mixed race, he has no standing to speak about racialism. Particularly because, look, and I'm not just talking about Snorkel. This is something a lot of people who have been told, oh, race. Well, they were told race doesn't matter, and now they're being told race does matter. And as we will, I will explain. People who find themselves in this situation where they have been alienated from their parents, alienated from their culture, trying to take care of their children in this world as best they can be precisely the people who can talk about what is going on here. And what is going on here is a deliberate sabotaging of our society. It's deliberate. And if you need all the names and everything that goes along with it, James Lindsay, Conceptual James on Twitter, and his new discourses, publications, and um, podcast and YouTube channel will give you detail. There are names here. This is not a conspiracy theory of like they. We're not talking about they. I'm giving you actual names. Claire Khaw is an actual person. And yes, she is a PSYOP agent. She is an agent of somebody. Of this, I have become absolutely sure. Um, and we'll go through where I think these people come from, but there is no doubting in my mind that these people exist. So I have many times recommended this article from the New Yorker in 2015, February 14, 2015, Copenhagen Speech and Violence, to people, in which Fleming Rose, who wrote a book about the importance of free speech, and he was one of the editors of the paper which commissioned the cartoons of Muhammad, which then caused the terrorist attacks. Not that, no, the blame is on the terrorists, not on free speech. Let me just be clear on that. And he talks about what censorship does. And this is something that anybody who has studied the Holocaust should understand. Okay, so the European Union has called on all its member states to pass laws criminalizing Holocaust denial. This European narrative is based on a widely accepted interpretation of what led to the Holocaust. It basically says that anti-Semitic hate speech was the decisive trigger that evil words beget evil deeds, and that if only the Weimar government had clamped down on the National Socialists' verbal persecution of the Jews in the years prior to Hitler's rise to power, then the Holocaust would never have happened. I was confronted with this argument during the Danish cartoon crisis in 2016. People condemned the cartoons as Islamophobic and warned that the demonization of Muslims might trigger mass violence. We know what happened in the 20s and 30s, critical voices argued, referring to the seeming inevitable link between speech and violence. Researching my book, I looked into what actually happened in the Weimar Republic. If you think that Holocaust researchers don't know what he is about to say, you are out of your mind. If you think that Holocaust educators don't know what he is about to say, you are out of your mind. So why are they acting it's terrifying. The ACLU, the ADL, the Jewish federations, the Holocaust museums, they all know what he is about to say. They can't possibly not know what he is about to say, because the ACLU in fact used free speech to counter the Nazi narratives. And it was working. So we all know what works, and we all know what causes more anti-Semitism. So listen to what he actually says. Researching my book, I looked into what actually happened in the Weimar Republic. Actual facts. I found that contrary to what most people think, Weimar Germany did have hate speech laws, and they were applied quite frequently. The assertion that Nazi propaganda played a significant role in mobilizing anti-Jewish sentiment is, of course, irrefutable. But to claim that the Holocaust could have been prevented if only anti-Semitic speech and Nazi propaganda had been banned has little basis in reality. Allow me to reiterate something printed in the New Yorker by somebody who's not Jewish, not a Holocaust researcher, but anybody who actually knows about the Holocaust knows. The assertion that but to claim that the Holocaust could have been prevented if only anti-Semitic speech and Nazi propaganda had been banned has little basis in reality. He's not saying what he should say. It's not that it only has little basis in reality. It is the exact opposite of truth. And if you pay enough attention to James Lindsay, you will see the woke, what he calls the iron law of woke projection, which is they will accuse you of what they are doing. And they are deliberately fomenting anti-Semitism. They are deliberately fomenting anti-Semitism. Yes, the ACLU, the supposed Anti-Defamation League, the supposed Holocaust Museum, the supposed Jewish Federation are deliberately fomenting anti-Semitism because there's no way they don't know this. Leading Nazis such as Joseph Goebbels, Theodor Fritsch, and Julius Streicher were all prosecuted for anti-Semitic speech. Allow me to repeat. Leading Nazis such as Joseph Goebbels, Theodor Fritsch, and Julius Streicher were all prosecuted for anti-Semitic speech. Streicher served 2 prison sentences. Rather than deterring the Nazis and countering anti-Semitism, the many court cases served as effective public relations machinery, affording Streicher the kind of attention he would never have found in a climate of a free and open debate. How many times do I have to read this? In the years from 1923 to 1933, Der Stürmer, Streicher's newspaper, was either confiscated or editors taken to court on no fewer than 36 occasions. The more charges Streicher faced, the greater became the admiration of his supporters. The courts became an important platform for Streicher's campaign against the Jews. In the words of a present-day civil rights campaigner, pre-Hitler Germany had laws very much like the anti-hate laws of today, and they were enforced with some vigor. As history so painfully testifies, this type of legislation proved ineffectual. It didn't just prove ineffectual. It proved the opposite of effectual. And like I said in my discussion about cholera, trying to cheat on a test by looking at the paper of the boy who doesn't know the answers will not help you in either way, because if he doesn't know the answers, then you can't just say the opposite of whatever he said and get the right answer, because he doesn't know the right answer in order for you just to do the opposite. In fact, you have to know the answer. And these people know the answer. They are doing this deliberately. Um, when we get there, you will notice that Snorkel Blog mentioned this Bolshevism from Moses to Lenin, a dialogue between Adolf Hitler and me by Dietrich Eckart. This is a very famous piece of Nazi propaganda. And it brings up what he brought up, which is the supposed story of the Jews in Egypt and Joseph enslaving the, right? This is not a new claim. This was written in 1923, I believe it was. It's not a new claim. It's a very old claim. And it's a claim that's been refuted many, many times, and I could refute it again. But that's not the point. Because you're just bailing water, you're not fixing the leak. We have to fix the leak. And so I'll leave this here in case we actually do end up going over it. But this is nizkor.org. I had the address, nizkor.org, memorized because back in 1996, 97, 98, when I was in undergrad, I used to use it so much. It was a project to document all the Nazi claims, all the anti-Semitic claims, all the Holocaust stuff, and give you all the answers you need, point out all this, right? And this is the website that I spoke about with Snorkel. Helen Dale, is the most normal, not in any way anti-Semitic person in the world. She is not a Holocaust denier. This is just a pure lie. If I remember, and all the links are from 2000. And I hope I am not misremembering, but there's no way for me to check. But I think this was the site that one of the books it had was Mein Kampf, with a detailed refutation. Most of the links are broken. Basically, everything I used to come to this website for is gone. This is a project of B'nai B'rith Canada, and it's gone. Look, notice the broken links. Notice all the broken links. Error decoding the Instagram API. The website is defunct. This is deliberate. This is deliberate. And so why would they do such a thing? So we need to talk about Karl Marx, because we are talking about postmodernist neo-Marxism. They took Marx's ideas about economics, they applied them to race, came up with critical race theory, race Marxism. They applied it to sex and came up with gender theory, queer theory, these things that are destroying our society. And they are using Marx's theory of alienation. And if you pay attention to what Snorkel Blog says, I think you'll see it. You'll see how they have succeeded in doing precisely what the two clips I will play from James Lindsay say that they are trying to do. So Marx had this theory of alienation where this false consciousness, that where the system was making people think that they were happy, and if you were to break them out of this idea they had that they were happy, then there would be the revolution and utopia would come in. And the weird thing is, so when they talk about raising your consciousness, making you aware of your racism, they're trying to actually make you feel alienated from the society in which you live. They are trying to destroy your identity. And this is their accelerationism. And they are using people like Claire Khaw to manipulate people through a process that Eric Weinstein calls kayfabe, where they have layer upon layer upon layer of deception. The human mind naturally can only track 3 levels of deception. We know the cognitive limitations of the human mind, right? So if we see we're being deceived and see what's underneath it, right, we tend to think that's real. But it's possible to go beyond that and see that no, the deception is at so the match between Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan. Obviously, we all know that professional wrestling isn't actually real, right? They're not actually wrestling, right? The things that supposedly happen don't actually happen. So that's one level of deception. And they break the fourth wall and they show us a different level of deception, which is the supposed fight between Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage, which is supposedly outside the ring, right? And they compound that over and over again until you can't see what's what. And at some point you think, oh, well, maybe Hulk Hogan really doesn't like Randy Savage. Or you think, oh, this was scripted by the people who work at the WWE now, right? And if I keep on going layer upon layer of deception, you won't be able to see where we are. So first level is obvious deception, which is what we see in the mainstream media, which any reasonable person understands that these people are lying to us, right? So like Sam said about cholera, right? He thinks that what's going on is that the School of Public Health is trying to support a democratic political agenda, and so he sees through the deception of them telling marchers that they can protest because racism is a bigger problem than cholera. Okay. That's that's just the first level of deception. Because the supposed disagreement between the Democrats and the Republicans and their competition is actually another level of deception. That's not what's going on. And what is going on is what James Lindsay is talking about, which is too horrible for people to really consider.
It turns out you can't trust a Marxist. If you put them in charge of the education, they're going to do Marxian education. And this is what critical race theory does. So I said critical race theory is, critical race theory does. Critical race theory only does one thing. Exactly one thing. It raises critical consciousness of race.
So that's the goal. Raising consciousness of race. That's the goal. And that's what they've gotten, I believe, Snorkel Blog to do. And their methods are there for you to see. And Claire Khaw, the thumbnail has her most famous picture, wearing a Hitler smiley face. Let me see if it's still here. Where's her famous picture? Yes, Claire, our dear Claire, our dear Claire. Where'd it go? There we are, our dear Claire. This is designed to make you have a reaction. The threat is behind you, and they're capturing your attention with ugly stupidity in the hope of getting you to do the opposite. Claire claims that her plan is for secular Coranism, which somehow is an implementation of Jewish law. Listen to that. Secular Coranism, which is a Muslim implementation of Jewish law. She's not stupid. She just sounds stupid. She's not stupid. She just sounds stupid. And she makes very good points while sounding really stupid, which are designed to make you argue against her. And whatever you do, however you respond, she's got you. She's not a schizophrenic. She's not a schizophrenic. She's not a schizophrenic. She is possibly the most intelligent person I have ever met, and I include some very, very intelligent people there, including people like Eric Weinstein. And the worst thing you can do is underestimate Claire. There is no way that Claire has no single human being, and certainly not a and certainly not a. First of all, she's a member of the bar in England. So if you think she's completely crazy, she's a member of the bar in England. She's not crazy. She is a member of the bar in England. She can practice law if she wants to, although she claims she can't. I don't know the British legal system well enough to. If she were in the United States, she would have been disbarred. This is enough to get you disbarred in the United States. But she hasn't been disbarred. And she did pass her bar exam. And she was called to the bar. And she is walking around as don't underestimate her. I doubt it's even one person. I don't see how one person could possibly do all the work that she does. She listens to all my live streams. Hello? All of them? And then she has time to also be on Telegram and disrupting Snorkel blog and having conversations with him, long ones, and being involved in several other communities I could name with several other people. She spends more than 24 hours a day doing things which are visible to us on the internet. She spends more than 24 hours a day active on the internet. And frankly, I have to wonder if the person who is trying to speak her down isn't one of her bots. Because she must have bots. I cannot imagine how she possibly does everything she does. They do everything that they do, and without several people and lots of technology being involved. My guess is she doesn't actually watch all of my videos. She downloads transcripts of mine and many other channels, and then this is why I think she doesn't show her face on any of her supposed live streams, because she was way too smart. When I spoke to her, she knows way too much. She's way too manipulative. She is, without a question, I have no question that there is a group behind Claire Khaw. That there is a group behind Claire Khaw. But let's keep on with what James is saying.
Critical theories do exactly one thing. They raise critical consciousness. They attempt to take people and get them to
This is what Claire does.
see how their lives are miserable, more miserable than they think, and that they're committed to a system of power that generates their own servitude or some kind of injustice, and to awaken in them the revolutionary consciousness that doesn't prefer step-by-step progress or incrementalism, that doesn't like liberal methods, it doesn't like equality, it doesn't like legal reasoning or enlightenment rationalism or neutral principles of constitutional law, it rejects it in critical race theory, things like colorblindness and so on. It's to make people see the world the way critical race theorists see the world. Marxism only did one thing. It attempted to raise critical consciousness of class, which they call class consciousness. And the idea was that if you get enough working class to have a class consciousness, and enough of the bourgeoisie to form a vanguard with their class consciousness to usher the thing along. That was Leninism. When you hear Marxism, Leninism, that was Lenin's idea. Well, we'll just make a vanguard movement out of the bourgeoisie, and we know how it's supposed to be, so we'll usher the stupid proles along because they won't do it for themselves. The idea in Marxism is if you awaken enough of a class consciousness, or critical consciousness as it's phrased in critical theory, or a liberatory consciousness, or a critical race consciousness, or racial consciousness, you'll see it in critical race theory, then you'll have a sufficient basis by which you can make that dictatorship of the whatever, proletariat, anti-racist, liberation movement, whatever it is, and you can overthrow the oppressive system because enough people understand that it's oppressive. In other words, what you're doing is you're taking people who are in a state of dependency, to paraphrase directly from the first chapter of Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and you're showing them that their state of dependency and oppression, or their state of oppression is because they're in a state of dependency on the system, and rather than telling them you can take responsibility for yourself and rise up, build something with your stuff, with your property, with your life, with your skills, with your character, and become something that you aren't, and you can get out of that cycle of dependency that traps the oppressed or the lower class, rather instead they say, no, we're going to teach you to hate the system. Your exit isn't responsibility, your exit is resentment. And if we get enough people resentful enough, then we can overthrow the system. And
if we get enough people resentful enough, we can overthrow the system. And what is even worse, and I think you will see when we go through the discussion I had with Snorkel Blog how this even worked, right? Um, there she is, Claire Khaw. She's here. How'd she get the time? Where does she get all the time? What time is it in Great Britain right now? 4 a.m.? If you believe Claire Khaw is an actual human being, I don't know what to tell you. Somebody look up what time it is in London right now. What time is it in London? 3 a.m. And there she is. How did she show up? She has more than 24 hours in a day. I am just a social media bum. For more than 24 hours in a day. And to see how horrible these people are.
Minor attracted person, as they put it, but it really just means men acting as pedophiles. And I guess it doesn't have to be men, it could be women, but the P should stand for pedophile. And so sometimes you'll see it as MAI, minor attracted individual. But you're seeing now a push for this in conjunction with all of these kind of very sexual books that are supposed to, gender queer or whatever, they're supposed to be revealing and reaching into the schools, in school libraries, sometimes I think in curriculum. I don't know for sure if it's in curriculum anywhere, but they're certainly being found in libraries everywhere, where these very explicit sexually explicit graphic novels depicting oral sex, talking about and teaching about anal sex and rimming to often young kids. Sometimes I've heard as young as, 3rd and 4th grade. And the point is to obliterate childhood innocence. But within queer theory, it goes even further because
the point is to obliterate childhood innocence. What they do is they make people resentful. They make people thank you, libertarian, not libertine. Thank you. Are you obsessed with him? How'd she know? At 3 a.m., she's monitoring my channel?
queer theory is grooming ideology, Marxist grooming ideology. That's what it has to be understood as, because the definition of queer within queer theory is an identity without an essence. And so the purpose there isn't just to break down
an identity without an essence. They want to destroy your identity.
Childhood innocence, which is a hegemonic narrative to them that maintains existing social relations that must therefore be disrupted and dismantled.
So this is the idea. Existing social relations, right, are actually, existing social relations are conservative, right? So if we disrupt social relations, the family, right, then we get rid of what keeps society stable, we can have our revolution. These people are precisely the accelerationists. And I'm not just making this up. We'll take a look and see actual names. These people have names. I think there's a reason why Claire is based out of England. I think she was probably somehow related to Sadie Plant and Nick Land and the cybernetic research unit, which we will talk about. And she claims, I confronted her with this, she claims to have never heard of them. I think she is a project of them or a similar project. If she's not actually Sadie Plant or Nick Land, I could very much believe her, that she is working hand in hand with Nick Land, who, by the way, is currently living in Shanghai, apparently. Yeah, tell me that the Chinese Communist government isn't behind well-funded efforts to destroy our society.
It is also to literally to destabilize individuals as children and to make them susceptible to politically actionable points of view. Because if they can't understand themselves, or as I've put it in many talks now, if they can't get based by knowing who they are and being difficult to move off of that knowledge of who they are, then they're very easily politically manipulable. They will be depressed. They will be anxious. They will be groomable, as a matter of fact.
They will be like all the losers that we are deliberately creating in our society. Read Jonathan Haidt's work about how we are deliberately causing mental illness in our own children. We are deliberately causing mental illness in our own children. We know what causes mental illness, and he documents it. And we have a crisis of mental health coming up. This is deliberate. This is being done by actual human beings. This is not negligence. This has gone far, far beyond negligence.
Fact, because they have to be leaning into these identities without an essence. They have to identify with not knowing who they are. And this destabilization is quite intentional. It has actually, and this is kind of the point of this podcast, I don't want to go into the details of a book that depicts oral sex being done on a person wearing a strap-on dildo being in children's schools. If you're shocked at hearing this, by the way, remember, your shock, if you're shocked at hearing this, your shock should be directed not at me for saying it, but at the fact that this is in books that are in libraries, public school libraries, that have been brought in there. And you must understand this stuff did not make it in there accidentally. It is possible the administrators and the librarians and whoever in the school let it in without sufficient vetting, which is negligence, not an accident. But it wasn't brought there by accident. The people who pushed this stuff into the books, into the schools, did so on purpose. They did so under this guise, this lie, that, well, there are these sexual minorities, gender minorities, who don't understand themselves, so we must provide them with material so they can understand themselves. And they say, kind of a victim pity story. Look back 20, 30, 50, 100 years ago. Look how sexual...
Okay, I have to stop you. And I said I wouldn't do the chats, but no, don't allow this to become a shadow group. That's not right. It's not a shadow group. I'm naming names. These are human beings who are pushing this. There are names. James Lindsay has lists of names of people and their writings and their advocacy and their institutions. Vocal Distance does the same thing. There are actual names. Mensheviks were Marxists that were fighting with the Bolsheviks. It's supposedly it's another Jewish conspiracy, whatever. Don't turn this into groups. There are names to these people. If you think you are a neo-reactionary and you are listening to people like Nick Land and Bronze Age pervert, you have been bought. You have been completely co-opted. Actual names, actual people. We know the names of these individuals who are doing this, and we know their institutions. It doesn't matter. They're dead. I'm talking about people now.
Deviants were treated, mistreated. Look how bad it was for gay children in socially conservative households with their parents disowning them and whatever. And there's your kernel of truth that they can manipulate into saying, well, we have to provide this in government schools.
And I have to say, it's quite possible that libertarian, not libertine, is actually Claire bot here to manipulate the discussion.
Schools to children, so that and this is the argument they're literally giving for doing this. We have to provide this in government schools so that these children have some point of contact to understand themselves as they actually are. But when you remember that queer theory means an identity without an essence, where everything identity-based, especially in sex, gender, and sexuality, is considered spectrum and fluid, then and changeable, malleable, constantly malleable. In fact, as pretend and malleable and changeable as the profile picture and avatar you use on social media or in future in the metaverse, when you can be, if you want to be a furry for real, you can be a furry for real. If you don't know what a furry is, enjoy your trip to the search engine. This is actually happening in our schools. And I want to give the perspective that this is a long-running project. And it's a long-running project rooted in Marxist theory that's being used specifically to destabilize the relationship between parents and children, childhood and adulthood, very intentionally, so that you can make both sexually, unfortunately, but also politically groomable. They don't much care, or at least some of them do. It's kind of like this deal with the devil between the Marxists and the pedophiles. It's very Wormtongue and Eowyn, if you know the metaphor from Tolkien. Wormtongue is this creepy perv who's whispering nasty magic spells into the king's ear, King Theoden, and keeping him weak and whatever, so that Saruman, who he works for, the evil wizard, can do whatever he wants and kind of try to usurp the power that's meant for Sauron or whatever. This is the myth. This is a story. And so the promise Wormtongue is given very creepily is that he gets to have his pick of the women, and he wants Theoden's niece.
I hid libertarian, not libertine, because for now, we can have a discussion when this is through. And if he wants to be included in the discussion, then he will. I'm just wondering if somebody else at different account is now going to show up making similar comments.
Sister daughter, Eowyn, for his own. And it's like this creepy deal. So you've got the pedophiles are like Wormtongue, and the Marxists are like Saruman. And Saruman's like, hey, pedos, do our bidding. Destabilize the schools, destabilize the kids, and you can have your pick of them. And so you have this kind of like deal with the devil there between these two. But the Marxists know what they're doing. They're destabilizing children, and they can be sexually groomable, and the pedophiles get to benefit from that, so they're happy to do it. And they're going to be destigmatized, so to speak, so they're happy to do it. And on the other hand, they really have not much to lose. And on the other hand, the Marxists get to destabilize identity. They get to destabilize psychology, and therefore they get politically groomable people that they can bring into a disaffected, dissatisfied, mentally ill state.
Politically vulnerable people.
That they can then manipulate into being revolutionaries for their cause, which you must understand is the point of Marxism. And you must also understand that these are your children. They're doing it too, so they can get what they want, which is total control.
And they are definitely doing this to children. Now, let's talk about the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit. The Cybernetic Culture Research Unit was an experimental cultural theorist collective formed in late 1995 at Warwick University, England, and gradually separated from academia until it dissolved in 2003. It garnered a reputation for its idiosyncratic and surreal theory fiction, which incorporated cyberpunk and gothic horror, and its work has since had an online cult following related to the rise in popularity of accelerationism. I found out about this because I started looking at prominent people who were showing up at places like MIT and Berkeley without even having bachelor's degrees sometimes. I'm not kidding. One person was speaking at a very highly rated university, didn't have a bachelor's degree. So I'm like, who is this person? How did this person become so prominent? And this is how I got here. These people are incredibly, incredibly powerful and influential, including Nick Land. So Sadie Plant was the person who was the head of it, and she's, I believe, still very active. And Nick Land is now a leader of the supposed dark enlightenment and the neo-reactionaries, and supposedly the alt-right rightists. He is leading the supposed charge against the postmodernists. These people are real. These people are influential, and their projects, which I believe Claire is one of their projects, their projects are in fact taking over our society. You can read up on these people yourself. These are Wikipedia articles. I'm not saying anything new. I am not saying anything new. when we get there, if you want me to go over the um, the supposed, if you can read the Bible, you can read and see how they are absolutely overturning everything that the Bible actually says, right? And the most clear, the clearest one was here in line 56. And the famine was all over the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Egyptians, and the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. He opened the storehouses, and because he had saved up for these years of famine, there was actually food, right? And what happens then is that the Jews are enslaved, but when you read this supposed thing, well, the one line that really hit me was, um, and Joseph, where was it? Before the first class, 7 lean years and granaries filled, the people raging with hunger, the reigning Pharaoh, a perfect flunky of the Jews, and Joseph with a corner on the grain supply, ruler over all the land. All the lamentations of the Egyptians went in vain. The Jew held the warehouses closed. Whereas the Bible says, and Joseph opened all the storehouses. Perfectly, the opposite. Perfectly the opposite. And I mean, don't know what to tell you. Okay, so let's actually listen to this, and I think what you will notice is, first, that philo-Semitism causes anti-Semitism, and you'll see that. You will see that he has been alienated precisely in the ways that that James Lindsay discusses, from his family, from his society, from everyone around him, and they are manipulating him into self-destructive ways of living, and this is what they do. Yeah. Yes, this is a clickbait title because we're not actually going to be destroying our facts or logicking, but it's not a clickbait title because I really tried to be fair to him. I'm still trying to be fair to him. I do want to be fair to him. He deserves to be treated fairly, but I also think that it's necessary to reflect on things, to digest things, to think about things, to listen to things over, and notice what's going on. You actually do think of yourself as a white nationalist.
Oh, that's me. Yes, I
Yeah.
guess I would be considered a white nationalist.
So what the reason I want you on my channel is because I think you're a very reasonable person, asking reasonable questions and saying reasonable things. And I mean, people on this channel have heard what I think, but so please introduce yourself, and we'll go from there.
Okay, well, first, thank you for inviting me on. I think it was about 5 weeks, maybe 4 weeks ago, that you approached me. I think it was after I was on a stream with Thomas Baden Rees.
It was because of Claire Khaw.
Right. I've never had some.
So I have been monitoring Claire Khaw. Like she likes to say, I have been obsessed with her, as if she's not obsessed with me. And one of what stuck out was that, and you can see this on Snorkel Blog's channel, is that so she had come on into his Telegram chat and channel, and was causing disruption, and he had banned her, which was a very smart thing on his part, because that's what she does. She is an agent of destruction, and it should make you understand how incredibly ubiquitous this character is. That if you're on my Discord, even though she's been kind of jailed into one channel of my Discord, she's still active on my Discord. You can see that. She comes into the live chat and makes comments on my videos. She's been doing that throughout. And I'm a tiny channel. I have 300 subscribers, 333 right now. She does this. She's been on his channel several times. She goes on many other channels I can name, right? She has more than 24 hours in a day. That should help you see that she is not an individual person. She is a character being run by an organization. Yes, she is a multinational conglomerate.
So many DMs in my life. I got like 3 or 4 within the span of just as many days. I don't get a lot of DMs, and I'm just a regular guy. I live in Japan. I'm married to a Japanese national, and I have therefore a half Japanese, half generally German child. And I am a
so the access in your home.
Say that again.
So
yes, the access. Yes. Yeah.
And I actually know several people with similar interracial families who are quite successful and happy. They have, with the support of their family, been acculturated into a real identity, right? And oftentimes that's a religious identity. But again, this makes... So part of deconstructing people includes the deconstruction of Christianity, which they do through anti-Semitism, right? And you'll see this. They make Jesus a Jew, right? And then the Jews are evil, and they turn Christianity into a psyop that is in fact hurting Gentiles because it's a Jewish plot. Christianity is a Jewish plot to control Gentiles. And so they successfully get Christians to abandon one of the most successful religions in human history, one which has proven itself capable of helping a community thrive.
I'm an advertising photographer.
These people are sabotaging our society. They are sabotaging our society.
My studio, but I'm packing up at the moment. COVID destroyed my business, so going to be hopefully selling basically everything except for maybe the lights. I'm not sure. And I largely, I guess, grossly speaking, I would be a Christian, although I have a number of problems with various points in the philosophy.
And a lot of this deconstruction of Christianity is done precisely by, there are all kinds of channels which have similar kinds of things, and they are deliberately causing what you will see he has, which is an ambivalence, a difficulty in embracing any society.
Philosophy and the theology of various points in the Christian history. What else? I am
Your
Generation
parents were
X.
missionaries, right?
They were missionaries, yeah, missionaries and pastors.
With a mainstream Protestant denomination.
They were evangelical, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess that probably describes basically all that anyone would need to probably start a conversation, I suppose.
Well, and most of the people who are in his situation are not as articulate, as reasoned, as willing to speak out, as brave as he is. Please realize, for he is a unique, elite, capable human being the people who are unable to actually articulate things, to discuss things, to formulate and reason the way that he is, are in far worse shape than he is. Far, far, far worse shape than he is. And I do believe his life has been sabotaged by this ideology deliberately. And I think when you look at it, you will see it. That's not because he is in any way deficient. In fact, the reason why we can see him, why he's able to actually show us what has happened in his life, is because he's a brave, articulate, reasonable person. This is deliberate sabotage. Listen to what he says. So, I mean, I'm guessing your parents didn't raise you to have a lot of these beliefs. You said you were on millennial woes.
Last year he invited me on very kindly to his stream.
So, millennial woes is the perfectly depressed, mentally ill person that James Lindsay was just describing.
Which was great. I loved being on the show. If any of you guys don't know who Millennial Woes is, I'm sure you do, because I'm sure that Jacob has perhaps mentioned it before.
He's a huge influence, and he's not getting throttled. Why? I think Snorkel, especially because he's far more reasonable and a go-doer, is never going to be allowed to be better than Millennial Woes, which he is. He should have the Twitter account with a large following, not some idiot like Nick Fuentes. But they deliberately, and this is what Claire's channel does, is she amplifies the names and the work of people who are in fact toxic, as opposed to people who are reasonable, like Snorkel. Not really. And while she's been on his channel a few times, I think that's probably because she feels that she has her claws in him enough that she will be able to humiliate and turn him into her creature, the way she did to E. Michael Jones. If you don't know who E. Michael Jones is, he is one of the most effective anti-Semites on the planet. Very, very effective. She did 2 interviews with him. He refuses to have anything to do with her anymore because she successfully humiliated him and created a real problems in his community. And being a traditionalist Catholic, pushing basically the Benedict option, but really being far more conservative and capable at his conservatism than and not destroying people the way that these people want. In fact, he would argue against, so he would say that as opposed to race, people should have a religious consciousness, which is far better than a racial consciousness for giving you a stable identity, and which is why historically it has done so well, right? It helps society. So that's what they don't want. This is the secular part of her secular Coranism. And that's why she went after E. Michael Jones and did it more effectively than I've ever seen anybody do it. Kind of glad, kind of not, right? I mean, he's definitely anti-Semitic, and he sometimes says proudly, and he's got a lot of stupidity to him, and I wish the Catholic Church was able to better police him, but um, better than Claire. Partially
really.
because, so this is the Claire Khaw thing.
Right.
This is, so let me explain to
Yeah.
people who won't know. So Claire Khaw is what I believe is a postmodernist performance artist and
Okay.
activist. And what she does is she basically humiliates people on the right.
Okay.
And so I watch her because I get the feeling she's part of the people who are deliberately deranging and sabotaging our conversation.
Okay.
And she sends me her stuff, and I go and I look, and 99% of the people she talks to are precisely the insane type of person that you would expect. And she follows a lot of different channels. Again, she has way more than 24 hours in a day. If you think Claire Khaw is just an individual, you weren't paying attention to this live stream where she showed up at 3 a.m. her time. Right? And when I saw that, no, you're a reasonable person, that and the comment you made about your daughter not being a mistake, which made me think, oh my God, they've gotten to this guy. This is not a thought anybody should ever have.
Why don't we talk about that then?
We will, but let me finish it.
Right.
That's why I contacted you to warn you about Claire, because I think because you are reasonable, you are going to be shut out of this conversation as quickly as possible. I expect the establishment to come down on you like a ton of bricks. They only allow people like Nick Fuentes and E. Michael Jones and those people, and frankly millennial woes, because they're not you.
Millennial woes is, I think, eminently probably the most, or one of the most, I guess you say, reasonable. I guess we might have a different opinion on what reasonable is, but
he
the
also
voice
talks
is
about being intensely depressed.
Well, yeah, I think at this
mental illness is something that they are deliberately propagating. See all of the documentation that James Lindsay has on his channel, and he has a lot of documentation. This is deliberate, and he documents the names of the people who are doing this.
At this moment, if you are in some way awake, even if you don't have to be a white, you don't have to be a black, you don't have to be anything, but if you're racially awake in some form or another, even in Asia, if you're a racially awake Asian, if you're a racially awake European, to not be depressed at the current state, I think would be...
And he's right, which is what they're deliberately doing. Raising racial awareness, racial aggravation, and deliberately causing anxiety and depression in human beings, destroying their relationship with other people, and doing precisely the things that James Lindsay shows us in their literature they say they are trying to do. This is clearly documented in the literature, and we have names of these people. It's not secret. Again, there are plenty of people documenting what's going on. Jonathan Haidt, from a far more mainstream point of view, is showing how our society is deliberately, and he thinks it's negligence. It's not. It's obviously not. If you're paying attention, you see it's not negligence. We are deliberately causing mental illness in our children. We are deliberately causing mental illness in little girls in our society. Wake up.
Would be very strange indeed. So.
And I think that depression and frankly, even the being racially awake thing, I think that is part of the sabotage of people like Claire Khaw.
Okay.
Right. So for example, the comment you made about your daughter, I don't think a father should ever have to say my daughter was not a mistake, because the thought that she was a mistake does not naturally. Now, it's very convenient to think, oh, he's a Jew, he likes multiracial kids. Actually, my friends, who some of them have multiracial kids, know that I pointed out to them the difficulties that it causes. And he's right, in certain senses. He's living in Japan. His family is in Canada. Guess what you don't have? Extended family. And guess what's really, really important? Extended family is really, really important. the nuclear family is good, extended family is important. Community relations, living in a society and integrating in it makes it stable, which is the precise opposite of what they want. So, would I have preferred if he could live in a society where he and his wife were, in fact, hopefully, I mean, I think Christianity is able to do this. Christianity can provide a healthy identity for people, as long as it's not sabotaged by all the anti-Semitism and stupidity of positive Christianity, which, again, like we will discuss, I discussed with Father Eric Seitz. There, biologically, we know that having children from diverse gene pools is actually beneficial. That's a biological fact, even though if you look at the Wikipedia page, it's been politicized and it denies obvious biological facts that everybody knew until yesterday. Please see Douglas Murray's book, The Madness of Crowds. There are books and books and books and books and books on this stuff. A Christian identity, culture can, in fact, help, which is why I think religion is so important, which is why I have this channel, which is why I support Paul Vanderklay. Do not let these people take our societal frameworks away from us. Does not naturally come to a father. I think that's something that that has been implanted in you by, again, people like Claire Khaw.
Look, Claire Khaw is, I've spoken with her at length. She's been on my channel now 3 times, and I've listened to her talk to many different people. She's absolutely a civic nationalist. So she considers anyone to basically be within a border, essentially to be a Western person by nature, or by nurture. And so I don't think she has a racial understanding of the world.
I don't believe she actually believes anything she tells you.
Well, that's possible. That's entirely possible. But what she says is that
she says all sorts of things. I've watched many of her videos. She will say different things to different people in order to get different responses. There is no mistake I think you can make worse than underestimating Claire Khaw. She is brilliant. I suspect she's not actually an individual. I suspect she's the front of an organization. And I realize this sounds like conspiracy theory, but I think that I have come upon an agent of the enemy, and I think that's Claire Khaw.
What's the enemy?
The enemy are the postmodern neo-Marxists.
Okay. Okay. I think we kind of all get. You know what? What's postmodern and what's neo-Marxist? Just I know that people. I know people that read postmodernism and that read Marxism, and they kind of throw it around within their groups, and all those people kind of know it because they've all read.
So, some people have turned neo-Marxist and postmodernist into supposedly an anti-Semitic slur, and that is one of the ways in which they control the narrative, unfortunately, which is by calling things which aren't necessarily anti-Semitic, and that is a very good way of both delegitimizing the word anti-Semitic so that it cannot be actually applied to things which it should be applied to, and getting people who realize that it's you're just throwing it as a slur to hate Jews more. This is deliberate.
Read the literature and they're all, but I think there's also people like myself who might throw a word like that around who has, well, we've all read postmodernism because it's the stew in which we sit, right? But I've not actually just dug down with like textbooks with some of those people. So yeah,
James Lindsay does this on his channel, and he does it very well, as does Wokel Distance, who's a Jew who converted to Christianity. Oh, by the way, if any of your audience is watching, I am not Ashkenazi. So there. But the postmodernism, so I would say it's a religion that came out of people who were disappointed Marxists in academia. They have a name, like these people, we know who these people are, including, for example, Michel Foucault. And Michel Foucault, if you look at his Google Scholar rating, is actually the most cited intellectual in our literature, our Western literature. This man, I have a personal bone to pick with him because he actually supported the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which is the reason I speak English and live in the United States. But so postmodernism is a framework. It's a religion that has caught on mostly among atheists, and they are advancing it starting from the schools of education, schools of law. Our universities have been completely taken over by these postmodernists. There is evidence for all of this stuff. If this sounds insane to you, which it should, please look into it. And I realize people don't have the time to look into these things, especially normal people who are having normal lives and leading, trying to raise their kids, especially, which is the healthiest thing a person can do. Have kids, raise them, go to work, be a productive and good person, successful in your life. Yay! But that is what prevents you from seeing all of the things that you have to be somebody like me to have the time. Or what I have noticed is also that a lot of people who work with their hands, so they're in carpentry or other forms of manual labor, and are very, very smart and skilled people, at the same time that they're doing their work, will listen to a lot of podcasts, and they have started to see what's going on. And this is part of what makes, for example, Joe Rogan one of the most valuable players here. He is somebody who has really helped us as a society. Hopefully, Elon Musk lives up to our hopes. I don't know if I trust him that much, but better than nothing. But James Lindsay, Vocal Distance, Paul Vanderklay, these are the people who are helping us navigate very, very rough waters. And if none of those are your cup of tea, you can try Benjamin Boyce. You can try John Vervaeke. I think Jordan Peterson is great, and possibly I will be talking to Snorkel Blog about Jordan Peterson, which is why they're trying to destroy him. But again, there are definitely people out there who are sounding the alarm, doing the research, creating the content necessary. Please, 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 don't fall into the trap of playing the game of these people. If Nick Land and Bronze Age Pervert are the people you think are going to save you from the insane Narati, Wokarati, the people who are the supposed Jews who are destroying society. Robin DiAngelo isn't Jewish, by the way. Neither is Kimberly Crenshaw. Neither is Ibram Kendi. There are reasonable people out there, some of whom I don't think really understand the problem completely, but they understand it enough that we can include them in our cognition. We have to use distributed cognition. We must engage intellectually with other people, with smart people, with capable people. Glenn Lowry, John McWhorter, Eric Weinstein, to a much lesser extent, Brett Weinstein, to a better extent than Brett Weinstein is actually Heather Heying, who is much more rational. To some extent, I mean, I'm not wholeheartedly endorsing these people, but Jimmy Dore, Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi, not a huge fan of these people, but at least I can tell they're not playing this game. They are not destroying our society. Think of themselves as neo-Marxists, but identifying them as neo-Marxists is very actually useful, because that is where they come from. That's where they get their ideas ultimately from. Although we can talk about whether or not it should be called Marxism. I think people pin it to Karl Marx more than Engels just because they want to point at the Jew. Engels was exactly as involved as Marx, and I would say Engels would have published his works without Marx, because Marx was a total failure as a human being. He really was, whereas Marx would not have. So I blame Engels, but not because they were both Christians as far as I'm concerned. Karl Marx's parents converted to Christianity, and he went to Christian schools where he was called the Jew, and because of that, he hated religion, both Judaism and Christianity. I mean, if you read his stuff, but I mean, we can go wherever you want to go with this. But yeah, there is a definite enemy out there. These people are trying to destroy Western civilization. They have taken over all of our sense-making mechanisms, I believe.
What's a sense-making mechanism? Just like,
so,
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
I want to know this.
So, John Vervaeke is a cognitive psychologist, and I think cognitive science is something way more people should actually pay attention to. But he's the one I actually he talks about distributed cognition. He says that human beings, we think for ourselves, but we actually think in community with other people, right? What I call it is a human being is not an individual human being is not a viable living organism. We live in some more names I thought of: Michael Schellenberger, the people at Spiked, including Brendan O'Neill. There's a lot. The Lotus Eaters podcast, and they have their own website, which is doing good work. I again, not wholeheartedly endorsing them, or Timcast, similarly, doing really good work. There are people who are documenting what's going on. We know who these people are. There are real names. We know what their methods are. We know what they are doing. It's not hidden. Wake up, people, before it's too late, because so many children have been already, so many lives have already been destroyed in this manner, and the pace is accelerating. Community with other people, and we have sense-making organisms like newspapers, like the Academy, which help us to do that. And I believe those mechanisms have been hijacked, and I think those mechanisms are trying to actually create more white nationalists.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they are, so like he said, their goal is racial consciousness. They don't care if you're racially conscious from a white supremacist side or from a supposedly anti-racist side, because conflict is what they want. They want a revolution, and they are accelerationists like Nick Land. So that's what he's doing, and that's what Claire Khaw is doing. I think Charlottesville was a huge win for them. But we're here to talk about you. I talk all the time.
No, that's all right.
How did you get into your how did you start down this road? What do you believe? How did you come to those beliefs? I'm particularly interested in your views about Christianity, actually.
Well, if we're to do Christianity first, I have a feeling that we'd go on for half an hour, 45 minutes. So maybe I'll get the boring stuff out of the way. I'm raised in a postmodern society, going to postmodern schools, born to, anti-racist boomer parents, surrounded by anti-racist people of all stripes.
And notice that precisely what James Lindsay said is the goal, is precisely what has happened, is that he has been alienated from his parents.
From all times, who will demonize everything from the past that is in any way racially structured.
He's right. Everything has been demonized, well, from the past, including his parents, his grandparents. And yes, people have learned to hate themselves. We are perpetuating mental illness. He's 100% correct about that. I think what the problem is that he has bought into their preferred solution, which is, in fact, more racial, more racial consciousness. These people are race pimps. This is all they want to do. James Lindsay compares them to that proverbial AI paperclip making machine, which ultimately tries to turn the entire universe into paperclips, right? Well, that's what they're doing. They are creating racial consciousness. And it's a mistake to think that you are working against them by promoting racialism. You're in fact doing precisely what they want you to do.
So
I would say anything that is structured. I don't think. I think they're actually very putting race into things, but that's me. But go ahead.
Oh, that's you. That is you. But the word postmodern I have a little trouble with because only because like what does it really aim toward as far as I'm concerned?
Okay, so there is such a thing as modernist framework, and this is something that I got into with him later, is you will notice there's a lot of problems with definition. That's part of the point. Like James Lindsay said, they are trying to make it difficult for people to communicate with each other. They are stripping words of their meaning, changing meanings on things. No, words are used to communicate, and if they fail to help you communicate, then they are not useful words, right? So we give words definitions so that we can discuss them with each other. But if you are constantly redefining words, you're making it impossible for people to actually talk to each other, which is what they are doing, and what you will see he actually complains of. This is the destabilization of the postmodernists. I'm not a huge fan of the modernist view. Postmodernism actually, in some ways, when we're talking about art, works very well. So Postmodern Jukebox is actually a very good band. I love their music. There is such a thing as good postmodern art, not just bad postmodern art. It does exist. But you have to realize that postmodernism is itself very much flawed, and Jordan Peterson is 100% in his criticisms of them, particularly on the insistence of redefining words constantly. They are trying to make communication, speech, impossible because they know that actually gives them what they want. And every time you allow them to obfuscate definitions, right, to change definitions, you're playing into their hands. We need actual definitions of words that we use to communicate, which is actually one of the reasons why I have this channel and trying to teach people Hebrew, because I want to just use the words in the Bible as they are used. right? Without having to argue over definitions with people. This is the word in the Bible, right? And the postmodernist game is to try to make everything meaningless, is to take meaning out of everything. And it is incredibly destructive. Why do I even need to say this?
It aims otherwise at this thing called modernism, which isn't discussed enough, and which really is a wavy line that no one really understands. I would probably
No, it's not a wavy line that nobody understands. That's not true. But that's what postmodernists would have us believe.
just call modernism the destruction of essentially all subsistence styles of living, of all tradition.
So we start getting into this word subsistence. And so the word subsistence had a meaning for me, and they're apparently injecting it into the neo-reactionary, I think very deliberately, because when you talk about subsistence, what economically it meant was farming that did not produce, not only did not produce a surplus, but really didn't even produce enough food. So famines were a real thing, and we get into this, but imagine that the neo-reactionaries, right, are deliberately becoming Luddites. Why don't you use technology to its maximum, right? It's not the fault of the technology, but again, they are being sabotaged in many ways, and one of them is this word subsistence, right? Why not sustainable farming? Just call it sustainable farming. Independent farming. Why are you calling it a word that has sub in it? They are playing psychological games, and our discussion is being deranged. I will note that Claire disappeared from the conversation, and my guess is because it showed that she has more than 24 hours in a day.
And then postmodernism is what sort of superseded that, and is the structure under which we are kind of living now. Now, I haven't read all the textbooks, etc. It's just kind of like what you, from a standpoint where you grew up in a school, you grew up in a church, and everyone thinks in the same way, but we're told, as you say, that we think for ourselves. But when everyone basically disagrees with everything philosophical.
So you have to understand what goes on here. As a human being, right, we cannot, you can't start from nowhere, right? You need base beliefs, and those start from your parents, right? For example, gender roles. There are boys and there are girls, there's mommy and there's daddy, and little kids play mommy and daddy, right? These are the things that we start off when we learn language. It's not like somebody teaches us language. We learn language by soaking it up, right? And we trust other people to do some of our thinking for us, which is actually perfectly fine and great. Because, hey, if somebody is competent, again, I'm going to have to go back to this definition. We are all here because we see a lot of not only incompetence, but downright corruption. It is eating away at our society. People are justifiably distrustful, right? So it's fine if somebody tells you this is right, because when you ask questions, you can trust them. They're actually giving you the best information they have, and you can live on that. Not all of us can think of all things at all times. It's really necessary for human beings to work together, to trust each other, to be able to talk, to be able to communicate, and for me to be able to go to an accountant or to a photographer or somebody who knows more about something and trust them. But what happens with red pilling, and this is deliberate, they are doing this deliberately, is people trust what we are told by society. Happened to me. I trusted what I was told by a lot of people. And then we get red pilled when we see that they lied to you, and we lose our trust, and we start thinking, what are we going to do? What is real? And precisely like he describes, you become untethered and start looking for base reality, right? Because you have to. This is why we have flat earthers today, because they can't trust other people. Being able to trust other people to do some of your cognition for you is an incredibly important part of being a human being. You can't do everything by yourself. We are not atomistic individuals. An individual human being is not a viable life form. An individual human being will die by themselves. There's no way that an individual human being can actually successfully maintain their own life, whereas when we cooperate with other people in families, in churches, in groups, together, by communicating, by trusting, we can do so much more. Look at what we have been able to do through our trust of each other and through communication. They're destroying everything.
That their grandparents believed in by rote, right? You learn that in school. Then we're in a very strange time.
I do have to say, it's really strange when he looks into the camera. I never do that. Well, I guess I do sometimes, like when I think of it, but it's like, it's really weird to look at a camera.
And so that goes to my Christian upbringing, that goes to my, racial, my anti-racial, all that upbringing. So I'm just a normal guy, right? Grow up and you're like, yay, the South lost, yay, Nazis were destroyed, yay, to every sort of globalist thing. And globalism is...
And knee-jerk rejecting all of that is actually a mistake. It's a huge mistake.
In my estimation, a short form for, well, destroying tradition. And in order to destroy tradition, you have to destroy a people. And a people is not just a hodgepodge of everyone. A people is a nation. And a nation, if we read the Bible, we understand as a singular people, usually from a similar family, and so therefore it's tribal and racial. But I'm just born in that regular stew. And so my church, we have black pastors, we got white pastors, we got Asian pastors, and it's just all wonderful. And when someone comes from abroad, it's the best thing ever. And we send all of our money abroad to when tithes come in. Of course, the pastor has a nice car, etc. But yeah, all of our money.
Your father's a pastor, right?
Right. So he used to be head pastor of a church in Colorado, and
there's a reason why pastors tend to have nice old cars, because people who have really nice cars who belong to churches will donate their car, and it's worth a lot more to the pastor than anything you can get money for. Although, okay, not going to get into that whole thing. But I mean, again, he was deliberately alienated from his society, and you see that.
As I understand, we had a used Volvo, and we had, what else did we have? We had 2 used Volvos. So they were nice cars in the 80s, but we got them in the 90s. That was a small church. When we moved to Canada, we moved to a church called Toronto Airport Christian Fellowship, and that was a charismatic church, a big church. It's not one of those ones where the head pastors are millionaires, but they were certainly mid to upper mid, like mid class. So money, but they were just big. They were paused or whatever. And we had one of our pastors from the front of the stage was like, "All King James Bibles should be burned." Okay. And he's a black pastor, by the way. And yeah, we had I know a lot of Jews, by the way.
So part of this whole thing is again, so taking people back to the King James. This is postmodernism in action, trying to destabilize people and cause friction between them by changing narratives, rewriting things, precisely like the story of Joseph.
Okay. My church was full of Jews,
really?
And they called themselves Jews, which is very interesting.
Again, philo-Semitism causes all kinds of problems. And this is why people who are involved in fighting against anti-Semitism, one of the first things we try to challenge, because people who are philo-Semites understand that a lot better, which is, fetishizing people, looking at them in groups, doesn't work well. If you have a good impression of Jews, and then you see a bad Jew, and you think of all Jews in a group, you're going to have that. And so I'm not saying that stereotypes are worthless. They're not. Stereotypes are actually very useful. All maps, and I think I say this somewhere in here, but maps are useful because they are not exact replicas of the territory. If they were exact replicas of the territory, they would not be useful anymore. That's why you use a map. That's why you use stereotype. Models, all models are wrong. Some of them are useful. And we have ways of making models more useful. And one of them is recognizing that the model is going to only apply to some degree of people, and it may be useful because it applies even to a minority of people, as long as it applies to a plurality of people. Or, as one of the examples I give is, it is useful to know that the average female is shorter than the average male. But if you know enough statistics, you know that if you're looking for the shortest human being, you're going to find a male, right? And when we're talking about 7 or 8 billion people, because the distributions, even though they overlap, right? And the am I using mean? The mean is different, right? The top of the curve is different, right? And it is a normal distribution mostly. One curve is flatter than the other, and because male distributions will always be flatter than female distributions on basically anything you can really measure, then the shortest human being is still going to be male, right? And knowing that is important, right? So average female is shorter than the average male, right? So if you know nothing else about two people, then this is a female, this is a male, your guess should be the male will be taller than the female. And you will be more likely to be right that way. But you should also know, if you're looking for the shortest human being, if you know this is the shortest human being, you can bet on it. 99.9% of the time, that shortest human being is going to be a male, right? That's better, having a better understanding of statistics and heuristics and having better modeling, which is beautiful and great and something we should do.
They didn't call themselves Christians, they called themselves Jews first. My name is something Bauer, and I am Jew.
I had never actually heard that they were doing this, and I have to wonder if this isn't a result of the CRT has definitely infected the Christian church. There's no question about it. Look at what happened at the Southern Baptist Convention regarding, I believe, Resolution 9 it was. These people are sabotaging everything you know and love. They are destroying everything you know and love. As far as I understood it, most Christian places had Jews say, I am a Jew who believes in Jesus, because that works better to convert other Jews. But honestly, most of them, so this has become a whole thing. What dual covenant and dispensationalism and all that. We can discuss it if people want, but that's what's going on. And yeah, apparently it's causing enmity. Guess what? The postmodern neo-Marxists will use that.
Jewish. I say, okay, and they ran the accounting department.
Okay.
That is what it is. Yeah, they're basically everyone from Under the Sun was there, and they were super duper, excited about the end times, which I guess is also typical. And that was basically our entire theology at that church was end times and the power of God to heal. So
Okay. And so, what made you change your mind about that?
well, so at that church we had a lot of very strange people come in, and especially I went back to where I was born in Sweden and did Bible school there. And after I came back, and the Bible school is in a village of 800 people in southern Sweden, and you're just basically, you want to walk that way and you'll see possibly a moose within 5 minutes. It's just in the forest, basically, except for a central road, and you are alone essentially with God, however you want to define God, and then with the Word. And you get back, you spend a year there, and you're learning basically, a little bit. I don't want to say traditional Christianity, but you're learning more sort of less crazy stuff because it's from an evangelical perspective. But it's not like an evangelical spread the word. It's evangelical let the light of Christ change you is basically the theme behind it. And you get back to your church, and suddenly things are put into perspective. Like, for instance, we had a pastor by the name of Dave Hogan. I don't know if he's on the internet or not, who was supposed to have raised 14 people from the dead in Mexico.
I looked him up. Still don't know much about him, but yeah, raising people in Mexico, raising people from the dead.
I think it's Mexico. Could be in Brazil. We had he just swears like a sailor, and you're like, okay, yeah, but Jesus probably swore. Yeah, probably did. But you can't. None of those raisings of the dead. You can verify in any way at all. We have healings that happen all the time. People's toes growing longer that were short. People's legs that were growing that were short. People cured of cancer, quote unquote. And around me, my two close acquaintances basically became transsexual.
Wow.
Yep.
And this is, again, deliberate. This is something that they are doing. James Lindsay has hours and hours and hours. I played you a tiny bit from Groomer Schools 1. He has 3 of these. This is 1 hour long. Groomer Schools 2 was, I think, like 3 or 4 hours. So Groomer School 2, 2.5 hours. Groomer School 3, another hour. He has plenty of showing what's going on. And yes, rapid onset gender dysphoria is a real thing. The social contagion of mental health issues is a real thing. Our society is being sabotaged, and he sees that, and he sees people losing their identity and losing their mind, and it jars him, which is precisely what it is meant to do.
I saw as much degeneracy in that church as basically you can see from anywhere. Now, they had, I suppose, in defense, they had, what's the word to say here? They had a lot of missions in the city as well, or they had one mission in the city. So you got a lot of people coming off the street. So it was kind of in its own way sort of a Jesus people movement in the 90s. For better and worse, mostly, well, I don't know.
And again, I think this is a deliberate thing that these people do, which is focus on a minority to make things supposedly, and they're not actually making things more comfortable for the minority. But supposedly, under the guise of making things more comfortable for the minority, they make them uncomfortable for the majority, right? Imagine if suddenly we decided, because there are some left-handed people, that all of us need to use left-handed chairs and left-handed scissors, and guess what? You're making the majority uncomfortable, which is the point, because they're trying to destroy the stability of our society.
But because of that, and because there's no structure, it's a charismatic church where the whole point is just the power of God.
Right.
which I have no idea if God was even in that church. We had witches come in that put glitter in their hair, and then they would pray for somebody, and then this glitter would fall out, and people would like, oh my, it's God's gold coming out of the hair, and people would pray, and there'd be like gold fillings in their teeth, and like just crazy stuff.
Okay, so this is me interposing my theology here.
Yep.
I have not been able to find anything in the Bible that's not satanic that would cause speaking in tongues. As far as I'm concerned.
So, speaking in tongues, the Jewish idea of actually, so the idea is that, for example, when the Ten Commandments were given, right, everybody of every nation could hear it in their own language, right? So one language is being spoken. It's a real language that people can understand, but that is then heard by people in other who speak other languages. Miraculously, they are able to understand. This is what is apparent in Acts, right? But then when you start looking at the works of Paul of Tarsus, Paul starts talking about interpreting people who speak in tongues, which is something he got from the Greeks, which the Oracle of Delphi and other satanic rituals involved having people drugged out of their mind, speaking supposed prophecies, and then having the priests or whatever interpret those words, right? And frankly, as far as I understand this, from everything, certainly from the Hebrew Bible that I know, the speaking in tongues, which is somebody speaking in a language which cannot be understood. I think there are people who call it glossolalia. This is something satanic. I highly caution you, for your own sake, please stay away from such things. This is not a miracle. And I've heard people say that, you can have discernment, and I know people that I respect who believe in this form of speaking in tongues, and God help them.
Yeah. You're dealing with powers you don't want.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I just don't see it. I don't see where in the Bible there is anything, even in the Christian Bible, that really, certainly nothing Jesus said. The only thing I've seen is regarding Paul of Tarsus, and you guys know what I think of Paul of Tarsus.
In a church that is speaking in tongues, because that's not, that's even in the Christian Bible. That I don't think that's what is being described. But keep on going. So this, you see this, but so what do you do? Where do you go?
I guess, I became quite cynical pretty early on. I went also through a little bit later on a quote unquote atheist phase, but it was,
So this is the alienation that is deliberate, that they are causing through the ugliness of the things that they do. And this is the type of alienation that Claire Khaw constantly causes. If you look at her channel, it is a showcase mostly of people who are the worst of people, and she is in fact helping alienate people from whatever they believe, especially any religion. So her secular Quranism is designed, in fact, to make Muslims and Jews and Christians hate their own religion. And she's successful. She's very successful.
People go through an atheist phase, and I'm not sure if you, for instance, come back to faith, or you come back to a belief in the world that has any sort of metaphysical reality, that there is ever an actual atheist phase. I think there's just kind of a doubting phase. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of that came from the fact that the church was insane.
The church was insane. This is really important. So they are deliberately showing us insane pictures, and you start thinking, I need to go look for sanity. And then they have the supposed places of sanity where you fall into the hands of people like Nick Land if you haven't fallen into the insanity that is wokeism, and they have these types of insane. It is a nested trap of insanity upon insanity upon insanity, and I think the people who fall into 4chan, who fall into those places where there is no real community and real communication and secured cognition. Again, you have to secure your cognition. You have to find people who think, who can keep you sane, who are leading healthy lives, and you have to build on a firm foundation, which honestly, I don't know if there are any Protestant denominations left I can say provide that. I believe and I hope that within the Jewish community, Chabad is still providing that. I can't be sure. And hopefully Catholicism, there is a reason why the most common guest, the only person I've had repeatedly is Father Eric Seitz. I think he represents a stable Roman Catholic Christianity that is firmly based in real tradition, and hopefully we'll be able to persevere through this. I think there are definitely, it seems, within Eastern Orthodox Christianity, there seems to be real sense making, although I sometimes worry. Religion can certainly help you stay grounded better. Do not let your guard down. What you need to find is individuals who are trustworthy, I would say God-fearing, people who are grounded, sane, family, extended family, groups which are actually connected in communicative, permanent ways, right? This needs to not the madness of crowds. And frankly, there's a lot of things you can read. I think PVK is actually helping create a much more healthy environment, and that's why I'm so supportive of it. But for God's sake, don't let these people destroy everything.
And the church I went to before that, the one that my father pastored, started out as a vineyard. I'm not sure if you know what a vineyard is.
Not really.
It's a church that was birthed out of the Jesus People movement of the 60s, I think. Okay. So it's basically Boomerism 101 applied to Christianity. So, guitar, it was the first type of church to bring in like rock music, to praise God with bands. So you have your big band and all that excitement. And of course, they were also focused on healing and stuff. My dad before that was a pastor of an evangelical church. And I think somewhere along the line, he came into contact with charismatics, and he, the experience, the experience, it was exciting. Church was like a rock show. Wow, bowled him over. So yeah, everyone I know, all of my close friends, except for one guy came back to the church, and he's that church, that charismatic church. All the other ones, my transsexual friends, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if they're basically invited into that church or what. That church was pretty secret sensitive in a certain aspect, so they probably wouldn't turn anyone away. But yeah, basically everyone left the church that I know. Some people say that there was God in it, that God existed.
And this is what these postmodernist activists do. Again, you can listen to James Lindsay. They infiltrate an organization. They either turn it into something woke or they destroy it. Either way, they won. They either destroyed an institution or they made an institution theirs. And these people are organized. Do not underestimate these people. They are actually sending agents to destroy everything you know and love.
Somehow in the church, and some people say that God was not in it. I tend to be in the latter camp. Yeah, so I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian. I'm not a charismatic Christian.
So what, do you go to church now?
At the moment, I don't go to church. No.
Which is a huge problem. Huge problem. Paul Vanderklay is right. We need to be part of our communities. I personally need to be more part of my community. Communications, and beware of these agents provocateurs.
The church I like was closed because of COVID. Had 8 people in it, and they couldn't afford to keep the rent of the room that they were renting. It was a little not a charismatic. It was a little Pentecostal, but not Pentecostal like raise hands Pentecostal. It was more of an old time 1800s Pentecostal church, and we liked it because it was a family. It was basically pastor and wife, and then their kids, and anyone else who came. And it was lovely. And there's an international church not far, but I don't want to go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are your views? Like, would you consider yourself?
And I have to point out it's 4:15 a.m. and Claire Khaw has enough time to come and comment on this stream. I'm telling you, this woman is not a single human being. She has way more time than any human being has time. She spends more than 24 hours a day doing this.
Basically, mostly just a normal Christian. Where do you think your views differ from, let's say, any other Protestant?
My guess is that I would have crossover between probably a group that I've heard you talk about, or a theology that I heard you talk about, which is what is it called? Positive Christianity. I definitely have a bit of positive Christianity in me. I
did a discussion with Father Eric Seitz, who is a Roman Catholic priest, on that. It's available on the channel. Thanks for plugging it. Go ahead.
yeah. I heard you talk just briefly. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that one, so I'd have to go back and listen to it. As well as, I guess, there's a little bit of Gnosticism stuck in there somewhere, for probably worse rather than better. And then also just read the Bible. Yeah.
Okay. So do you read church fathers at all? Anything like that?
I've read church fathers, but I have not done that in over 10 years. I've not spent
a grounding in tradition, in old books, in old knowledge. We've known a lot of things for a very long time. Do not let these people take the old classics away from you. And a lot of the people who have kept their heads on straight the best are people who are in fact reading the classics, reading the ancients. Frankly, I would say generally stick to things from before 100 years ago. Yeah.
And a lot of time really digging into.
And one thing about old stuff is actually that you can see you can see where they had problems and improve upon them. That's fine, but they will teach you a lot. And Chesterton's Fence is really, really good. And Chesterton's writing and C.S. Lewis, there's a lot of good information out there.
The early stuff. Now I listen to people talk about them, and then it's retarded. I should be going directly to the source, so to say, and then trying to figure things out from there, and then listening to people, essay about this.
On the other hand, I do have to say sometimes people will manipulate you with original sources, and you have to be also careful about that. Don't rely on a single source, especially translations can be really bad. I think that's happened to some extent with Pliny the Elder and other things.
Or this decision or that decision.
Well, I'll plug Sam's channel. He has a whole channel where he talks church fathers. Which
is really good. The church fathers, good stuff. I might not agree with them. There's a lot of anti-Semitism in the church fathers, but the older the better, generally.
Which translation do you use?
I generally have the King James, and that's because the language is just beautiful. And to be quite honest, what I care most about Christianity is the beauty of the religion, where it still exists. So,
you do know that the translation was based on the Rabbinic Bible, right?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's very obvious. It's very obvious, all of that. Yeah.
So, what exactly about positive Christianity do you like? Like, what are some of the beliefs that you believe?
Well, positive Christianity, just sort of, and I don't know a lot about it. I've listened to.
Again, this alienation is deliberate on them. It really is. This not being able to really have a deep, wide understanding of a lot of things, grounding yourself. It's deliberate because they are constantly censoring people, canceling people, destroying their reputation. Again, Claire is really good at this, and sabotage. So when you see somebody who's, seems like a very articulate, intelligent human being, yet he is floundering, you have to wonder why. Why are we no longer standing on the shoulders of giants? Because people are pushing us off the shoulders of giants. There are giants who have shoulders we should be standing upon. I like to say an intelligent man learns from his mistakes. A wise man learns from other people's mistakes.
Oh, I can't remember the name of the preacher or the priest who wrote the Positive Christianity Manual. I listened to that, and I basically had no disagreements anywhere with it. And then I've listened also from Moses to Lenin, Eckhart's book about revolutionary Judaism, which
I'm not familiar with it at all.
oh, it's quite good.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure what you think.
That's this one. So there is a much longer one by a Professor Gray on the Mises Institute. It's like 500 pages. I didn't read all that. I read some of this. I mean, it's obvious propaganda. If you really want me to go after it, I mean, I could do the whole thing. Like I said to him, when I was involved, getting someone to actually read the primary Nazi things like Mein Kampf was actually a successful thing, because then they could see how it was done. So, yeah.
Think about it, but that one was the first time I'd ever listened to, for instance, the Joseph story, and actually read it for the details rather than the moral that it wants you to believe in. And that has been, well, I've not gone any farther.
Which is a very postmodernist thing.
Positive Christianity. The idea of decoupling a little bit or a lot from the Old Testament and treating Christianity more as a spiritual journey rather than, the fulfillment of the law, to me, both makes sense and doesn't make sense, because, I mean, if Christ is not fulfillment of the law, then he cannot be the Son of God. He cannot be. There's a lot of problems with positive Christianity. I understand that, from what I understand of it. But at the same time, I really am hung up on the Old Testament. So.
Okay. Well, do you believe that Jesus was a Jew?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And what do you believe is going on now? Like, Jews are children of Satan? No. Okay. So, what do you believe? Why do you call yourself a white nationalist?
Well, well, there's no other word to describe a person that. There might be other. I mean, you could say traditionalist.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I usually go with. But I don't think a lot of people understand traditionalism in any sense. And so saying I'm a traditionalist means nothing. So if you say white nationalist, immediately people can sort of relate to maybe some.
Again, I think this is a label that people like Claire Khaw have, and Nick Land, and Bronze Age pervert. Again, think about it. You're following somebody who goes by Bronze Age pervert. The neo-reactionaries are just postmodernists.
something, and so it's easier just to say white nationalist, as far as I'm concerned.
So what are those things?
Race is everything, essentially. So
Race is everything.
yeah, so race above religion, absolutely.
Race above religion? How does this make sense? Religion is exactly what allowed us to have larger groups, to work together better, and I mean, this is the double type of problem with this Nietzschean view of, oh, we all need to fight each other, right? We must work together to fight each other. Well, why don't we all work together to terraform the earth and make things better? Why do we need to fight with each other, right? And it's funny that so one of the things he says here is in Isaiah, right? A reach for the Old Testament, a brief flipping of the pages, the recipe from which the Jews always brew their hellish broth. We anti-Semites, and at this time, anti-Semite was actually considered a scientific term that they used for themselves, and only later did it find the negative connotation, which was what I was kind of surprised about when he said racism was always used in that way, because anti-Semitism was not. And I did look it up in the etymology dictionary. The word race wasn't necessarily used that way. It was in fact considered a positive thing by racialists, and it was changing the word into racism, which then made it what he says it does. Honestly, we play with these words so much that it's not. They become unuseful. They generally become just slurs, and again, that's deliberate sabotage, right? So we need to be able to clearly delineate between somebody who believes that there exist racial characteristics, but we should not maximize them. Or somebody who believes that racial characteristics exist and has no normative view of them, and people who believe that racial characteristics exist and that we should make them into something big or bigger than they are, as opposed to somebody who believes that race isn't a real thing. And I have to tell you, that is an empirical question. It's not a normative. So you have to separate the normative question from the empirical question. There certainly exist racial characteristics, right? And nobody who is at all intelligent should expect there not to be some sort of difference in different gene pools. That's completely irrational, right? So race isn't just a social construct. The question becomes, how useful is it as a model? I mean, doctors definitely use it, and I think doctors should continue to use it, because it makes sense when you're talking about people's physical characteristics. Does that imply that there are differences mentally? Yes, it does. Your mind is not some sort of dualistic thing that is divorced from your physiology. Your mind and your physiology are in fact very much linked. The problem becomes the Gnosticism, the silliness, and the aggrandizement far beyond what it is. When you start talking about African Americans, you know, people who are descended from the African slaves, they generally have white ancestors. A lot of them have many white ancestors, and things like the one drop rule are obviously silly. And we know biologically that actually mixing gene pools tends to be a good idea. Like I tell people, it you know, I I actually think it's a big problem in the Jewish community that we do have such a small gene pool, and there are places where my uh, family tree crosses over in ways I would prefer they didn't. But so racial genetic diversity is a good thing. That's just true. Um, and different racial groups have different genetic makeups. That's certainly true. The problem is that we keep on messing and sabotaging with everything that goes along with it and aggrandizing it in ways that we should not. And the fact is that what makes human beings different from animals is that our culture and education has more of an effect, I would say, than our physiology on what kind of a person we are. That's just true. And so when you allow these people to destroy your culture, you are doing something far worse than than trying to you're doing something far worse than supposedly the race traitor weakening your gene pool thing, which isn't true, but let's say it were. Culture is more important. And I got into this all on a tangent on anti-Semites. We managed to find everything except that which is really important. Okay? Word for word, he emphatically read with a hard voice, "And I will set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they shall fight every one against his brother, and every one against his neighbor, city against city, and kingdom against kingdom. And the spirit of Egypt shall fall in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof. And they shall seek to the idols, and to the charmers, and to them that have familiar spirits, and to the wizards." Yes, indeed, he laughed bitterly. Now the people will seek to Dr. Kuno and Dr. Schweier and Dr. Heim. I have no idea who these people, if it's particular people, and whatever other charmers and wizards they have. When asked why Germany has become a pigsty, these gentlemen will answer reproachfully, "You yourself are to blame. You have no more good breeding, no faith, only selfishness and conceit. Now you will try to put the blame on the Jews. It's always been like that when you have needed a scapegoat." Actually, it has, but okay. Then everyone has jumped on the Jews and persecuted them. Did it right? So the whole one of the many, so anti-Semites always accuse you of everything, but one of them is that you cause fights within people, like he was doing, right? The poor Egyptians, right? Their God, the Jewish God, which again, most of these people claim to be Christian, did this horrible thing of setting the Egyptians against each other. Well, guess what? I actually agree that people fighting each other for no good reason, and basically, usually, it's no good reason, is bad. It's destructive. All right. Okay, so because he's here and he deserves some voice, I am going to read don't want to dox him. Snorkel Blog's comment: "I've never followed or read BAP. I met Claire long after I woke up." I completely understand that. And honestly, I'm not so much talking about you individually. Again, this is a milieu that has been created, has existed before I was born. These plans, these people, James Lindsay is talking about the plans that these people made before I was born. It's not about an individual person. I don't want to make it about an individual person. In fact, if anything, Snorkel Blog is one of the braver, saner, most articulate people. And if he was leading the white nationalist movement, or whatever you want to call it, I think the world would actually be far better off than with the leaders, which people like Claire Khaw have. Go look at her channel. She is in fact pushing certain people, and she pushes the most insane people, and there's a reason for that. So again, okay.
I'm not Tribe Christ. I am. Now, there's a whole bunch of problems with my own personal life, and if you want to talk about that, I can do that. But I came.
I honestly don't think it's about his personal life, and I don't think it should be ad hominem. So, Snorkelblog says racialism turned into a bad anti-white term was done not at the hands of a white man. I don't know. Honestly, what matters is that we have clearly defined terms and we are able to communicate, because human communication, human intelligence works in groups, works together, and in cooperation. If we have clear communication, if we have records, if we have books, if we have websites which don't suddenly disappear, right? Like the NISCOR website, we will all be much better off, so that we can contribute to human knowledge progressing. We need to do that, and unfortunately, there are people who are sabotaging that.
To understand things a little bit late, and I think that's just normal right now. If you're inundated with anti-racial bias, then that's how you start out life. Everyone is born an anti-racist or an anti.
I don't think everybody is born anti-racist. We are inundated with all kinds of information, and I think it's layers upon layers of bad information. And I think the first layer of bad information is so obviously bad that it is meant to, in fact, make people not pay attention, not notice how they are being driven. The context for all this is the following. No white indigenous country has a right to retain their traditional racial ethnic makeups. If this were not the case, no one on my side would care. I completely agree with you. Borders are important. The preservation of borders and immigration policy is obviously important. I think Brexit made that very clear. I think Trump made that very clear to a lot of people. We want tradition, not Judaic deconstruction of all things that leave us with nothing, not even our homes, or when we are given a space, it is one that we used to own along with everything around it. Okay, now I think you're going off the deep end. It's not Judaic deconstruction, but whatever. I don't want to get into that, because I don't think you realize who your enemy is, and you're being led around. And this message is just proof. I'm pointing you towards the people who are actually making this happen, giving you actual names, and you're just using this ethereal Judaic term for these people. No, there are actual people who are doing this. This deconstruction is being done by the postmodernist neo-Marxists. They have names. Local Distance and James Lindsay have been cataloging their names. Kimberly Crenshaw is not Jewish. Robin DiAngelo is not Jewish. Ibram Kendi is not Jewish. And in fact, the recent leaders have all been definitely not Jewish, because they view Jews as the enemy, because, again, like I said, we are super white. And honestly, I think you've missed all the things I said from the beginning to here, and you're missing the context of the discussion.
Racialist, I should probably say. So that's the bog standard. If you're born in this world, if you're in Japan, you're going to learn history from a modern Japanese standpoint, which is that that Japan was bad until basically they were conquered in World War II, and they saw the light of liberalism, and so they adopted liberalism. And now, instead of being a samurai, you can work for Toshiba, 60 hours a week, getting a diminishingly small pension.
So again, this is Marxist alienation, Marxist theory of alienation. Just I realize he didn't read Marx. He's not a Marxist, but the environment has obviously indoctrinated him to be talking about Marxist talking points.
At the end of your life, and living in a tiny little box, and maybe having one child, probably being addicted to porn, and not having a single skill that even your father.
Definite problems. I 100% agree with him as far as having one child, huge problem. Having, not getting married, addicted to porn, not, in fact, trying to thrive and be successful. These are huge problems. 100% agree with them.
Father would have had at your age, and certainly next to your grandfather, being a midget of a man. I don't mean size, but in terms of you read less of the things that matter. You read your phone.
Read less. He's absolutely right. And unfortunately, it's not the reading more that's happening.
But you don't know any old philosophy. You certainly don't know Japanese philosophy. Mm-hmm. And this goes for everywhere. Germany, England.
Again, he's perfectly right. Traditional philosophy, reading the old books, I agree with him 100%. And the idea that it is somehow Jewish not to do these things is completely wrong. And again, he has his facts wrong, because I didn't do my own factual research. He didn't do his own factual research, right? We outsource a lot of things to other people. And I could go through his videos and show you where he obviously is getting things from, like, David Duke, or worse yet, Farrakhan, right? And he may not have heard it directly from them, but that's the environment in which he has been able to communicate. Again, unfortunately, I think Snorkel is, in fact, very, very much within that Truman Show. And, I mean, the whole point of this is to help not just him, but also him, see how he is being manipulated, because we are definitely being manipulated.
England, Canada. It's basically decoupling from all of our traditions, from what our grandparents loved and felt was important, is demonized.
So what do you envision for your children? What hope do you have? How are you going to?
This is really important.
Help instill your values in your kids.
That's a very, very difficult question to ask, only because this is a journey for basically everyone.
This is a journey basically for everyone. Precisely what James Lindsay said they are trying to do. They are making people. You no longer have what you learned from your parents, which they learned from their parents, right? And so being a traditionalist should in fact help you to, in fact, okay, you think your grandparents got it wrong, your great grandparents. Go back to actual things. But again, they are deliberately being kept from reading the really old stuff and appreciating it, because now the Bible, which provided a perfectly good and stable culture for thousands of years, right, is now suddenly a Jewish psyop, right? They deconstruct everything, and you see that.
Wakes up to the fact that there's been a lot of lies told them about themselves, about their ancestors, about their grandparents.
There's a lot of lies being told, and so again, I want to read this again, right? We are all here because we see a lot of not only incompetence, but downright corruption. It is eating away at our society. People are justifiably distrustful. I hope it is perfectly clear that I'm just as much worried about corrupt and negligent administration of power as everyone else here. But the solution is not to stop trying to find trustworthy people. It is to secure our distributed cognition, to earn each other's trust and extend that trust in competent ways. That's incredibly important. Okay, where were we?
It's about what people used to believe, about what people believe now, and what is the absolute, like the idea, for instance, just this one, liberalism and freedom are super duper important, right? And democracy is described through liberalism. That itself, you learn in school, and when you find out that there's a regime out there that's not liberal, you got to either sanction it or kill it and turn it into a liberal. Like, so we simultaneously believe that liberalism is freedom, but we also believe that the only way it has to be implemented through totalitarian measures. So we believe two opposite things.
So this is, I mean, he's criticizing precisely Karl Popper and Soros and the open society, intolerance of tolerance, intolerance of intolerance, which James Lindsay again talks about their pre-censorship and the positive dictatorship. And yes, I mean, he's identifying something incredibly important and wrong. The problem is he has no idea about the solution because his distributed cognition network has been so thoroughly corrupted with bad information, bad leaders, people you should not trust giving you bad information, and he has nobody to trust. And that is precisely what James Lindsay is showing is their strategy.
At the same time on every issue. And so, for instance, I was in a chat the other day in a camera forum, and they were talking about Ukraine and Russia. And I don't have a side on the state level. I do sympathize with the Ukrainians, the people. I don't care about the government, but the people who are being invaded and want to fight back. Obviously, you fight back for your people. But stupid me, I meant.
So Claire is on a second thing, or yeah, I think she's deploying one of her bots because that should somehow make us think at 5 a.m. she's not. Again, if it's not obvious what is going on here, this is not a normal human being.
That in a camera forum, and suddenly everyone's like, you can imagine, like they're like, how can you say, because I also mentioned the fact that a lot of these Ukrainian people fleeing from Ukraine that are Ukrainian refugees were not Ukrainian, and so suddenly I was a racist, and suddenly black people are not Ukrainian.
So that's actually
So he's talking to people normally, and it's really important. So this is one of the things that we do, right? We know about certain things ourselves, right? And we find other people who we know that they know things. This is one of the ways that we extend trust in distributed cognition, right? So he is a photographer, and so he knows a lot of things about photography. And when he talks to somebody else, and that person, and we don't actually realize we do this, but we do it, and it's really important and useful. He talks to somebody else. He sees that person really knows their photography stuff well, right? And so he puts trust in that person's capacity to be competent in what they are doing, and outsources some of his cognition, trusts that other person, right? So it's really important that we be able to extend our knowledge and extend our knowledge framework in that manner. For example, I know that Sam knows his theology really well because I have some competence in theology. I don't actually know very much about statistics and medicine and things like that. But knowing Sam is smart, I extend trust to him, and I extend trust to the people that he extends trust to, right? This is how a distributed cognition network works, right? So as a photographer, he should be able to talk to other people who are intelligent, capable, competent photographers about things that are not necessarily involved with photography, but distribute his cognition towards them, right? And there is a reason why these people are constantly destroying the capacity to discuss important things in frameworks such as hobbies, in other places, right? Because it hampers our capacity to, in fact, trust each other, right? So the other people in the photography forum should be able to recognize, hey, this is a smart guy. He knows his photography stuff really well. And when he points out something about Ukraine, then we should pay attention to that, right? But again, the neo-Marxists are destroying that deliberately.
Really interesting, because what I see looking on the cesspool that is Twitter is a lot of support for Ukraine.
Right, but not for, like, if a person says, for instance, those refugees that are black that are flooding into Europe right now are not Ukrainian, then you're suddenly met with, oh, how dare you! You are a horrible racist. And
so, again, I think part of that is also that he has been put in a frame where he doesn't see that actually suddenly the globalists have started talking about Ukraine nationalism, and in fact, I think to some extent this has in fact increased nationalism. But
then these people that were supporting Ukraine 30 minutes ago were like, Europe has no culture. How can you say this? There's no race. And, we're all just a human race. And it's like, well, then why not let what's happening to Ukraine happen? Because if this is all just a blur anyway, that border doesn't matter. Why does the border matter anyway? Like, what does anything matter? What are we opposing in any sense?
What does anything matter? Again, alienation. And he's right. This is being pushed on him. It's being pushed on the rest of us. It's a huge problem. Huge problem.
But anyway, I was even, what's crazy is I was the single voice that was saying that, and then people are like, you are a coward. It's like, okay, you got 20 people yelling at this one guy and you're calling him a coward, and all of you are parroting exactly the same points.
Right.
He's right.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think you're kind of making my point for you, which is, you're making my point for me, which is that when you feed people a bunch of nonsense, which is obvious nonsense, and when they ask intelligent questions, you bombard them with stupid answers or worse. You push them to go the only place where they do find people actually willing to have a normal conversation with them. Which, I mean, really, it can be, for example, Gab. And when I went on Gab, yeah, it's filled completely with anti-Semitism. There's no question. But it's the only place where you can actually talk to people. And if you don't have a place to rationally talk to someone, discuss the Bible verses, right? I was watching a debate between Christopher Hitchens and this Protestant, a famous Protestant guy. And
Doug Wilson it was. It was an okay debate.
Hitchens is like, you know what religion does? There was an article in an Israeli newspaper where the rabbis were talking about whether you can kill Palestinians as Amalekites, right? And I'm like, what was the answer? What was the answer, right? You're telling me there was an article that was a debate. So what was the answer? And when you can't have the debate, when you can't actually go, hey, it looks to me like the Bible has these racial components, and point out the other things, censorship is just reinforces. You know, we talked about a little bit Mein Kampf. And when I was in college, getting someone to read Mein Kampf was considered a huge victory, because in the context of our conversation, when somebody read Mein Kampf, it became obvious to them all the problems, and if it did not, you could point them out, right? And but when you ban it and people can't discuss it, that's the only time you can have people actually supporting something, which I think falls apart pretty quickly.
A lot of these things really fall apart very quickly in real relations, right? So to some extent, I think that, you know, after talking to Snorkel for a very long time, I might in fact be able to help him realize a lot of the contradictions that have and things that have been introduced into, and later, unfortunately, it does become an issue because yes, his facts are wrong, right? I've watched some of his videos. The facts are wrong, but again, you can't just go after individual facts. You can't just participate in the fights that they are setting us up to fight with each other. We have to secure our cognition first. If we don't secure our cognition, if these people are sabotaging the discussion as we are having it, it won't go anywhere.
What do you think falls apart about Mein Kampf?
Well, so I read it again recently, just in order to, like, because this has been coming up.
Yeah.
The things he says about Jews, like,
one of the things is he says Jews are really clannish, and then he also says they're globalists. I mean, honestly, the idea that I would have to go through the book again, and no thank you, cleaning service, that I would have to go through the book again and document, and all of this work has been done. I used to be able to just send people to websites where all this work was clearly done, right? So am I, as an individual person, going to now recreate things that it took actual museums and people who studied them in depth and did the research themselves? Why is that happening? Why does that need to happen, right? Like I showed you, a lot of these things are incredibly old. This is from back in the 30s, right? These questions have been asked and answered. So why are we re-asking and re-answering the exact same questions, right? Because our knowledge is our access to knowledge and the knowledge we have had is in fact sabotaged. Yeah.
First of all, they're all manner of contradictory. I don't have the exact things, but when I was in college, there was actually a website that I used to use a lot because I would go into the white nationalist forums and stuff like that. And this website had a lot of good things, like a complete annotated Mein Kampf, taking you through it, telling you all the things that are wrong, right? That website, I went back to it. The only thing that's on there now, like everything's gone, the only thing that's there now is an article.
Which is what I showed you at the beginning. the NISCOR website with the ridiculous article about Hallandale. How do you explain that? How do you explain that?
Calling someone who is a very reasonable person, not at all in any way a racist, somebody I think is actually a very reasonable person, calling her a racist and anti-Semite and all these things.
By the way, Hallandale is an incredibly well-reasoned person that I believe they smeared, and that is still there because she is a reasonable person that they've basically canceled and destroyed. She is on Twitter. She doesn't say much. There are some videos of her discussing things with Sargon of Akkad back when he was running for the European Parliament. Certified anti-Semite, please go listen to her. She is a really intelligent woman, head screwed on tight, understands politics well. There are people you can extend your cognition to, and we need to do that. We cannot allow them to turn us into individuals like this, because that is their whole point. They are trying to alienate us from each other. They are trying to destroy our capacity to be humans and be successful humans. They are anarchists and nihilists and evil.
And of course, the article hasn't been updated, even though she's responded, of course. And the content I used to go there for is all gone. So where did it go? Like,
Is the website still there, or just the articles that she had done?
Just all I could see on there was this one article on her, which was absolutely ludicrous and ridiculous. On a book that obviously isn't at all racist or anti-Semitic, and just calling her names. Someone who is perfectly mainstream, right? And so, when I was growing up, the ACLU was known as the organization which stood up for the rights of Nazis. That's what they were known for. Everybody knew Skokie, which was the ACLU, was standing up for a couple of people, right, who were...
And, I mean, go watch or listen to, on Spotify, the discussion that Joe Rogan had with the founder, or one of the founders, of the ACLU, talking about what is going on. Or with Daryl Davis, one of the most successful, actually anti-racist people in history. I don't agree with everything he says, partially because I think he has kind of been co-opted by the wokerati in ways he doesn't realize. But again, much better than the insanity we are being exposed to. Sense making is possible.
Who were protesting in Nazi uniforms in Skokie, Illinois. And so people were outraged, and the ACLU's whole thing was, no, we don't want a repeat of what happened in Weimar Germany, which is, for example, Der Stürmer, their
And all of this is from that article that I read from at the very beginning.
Issues of their magazine were actually confiscated and destroyed by the government because they were supposedly anti-Semitic and all that. And so, as far as people were concerned, was, okay, so that's a stamp of approval. This must be right, because why are you confiscating? Why can't I read that? I mean, this is one of the most basic thoughts in Western society. The pen is mightier than the sword. Bad ideas fall apart, and if they don't fall
Again, read that article in the New Yorker.
apart, then they don't deserve to fall apart, right? If ideas become popular, then that's a good thing, right? But
these people know this. It's not like the ADL and the ACLU don't know that censorship causes anti-Semitism. They know this. They know that censorship helped Joseph Goebbels, helped put Adolf Hitler into power, and that's why they are doing it. This is not negligence.
within the past 20 years. And 20 years ago, I was in law school. I was seeing that start. We've done a complete about face on a lot of things. So it's just insane to me and frightening as a Jew, because I feel like, a while back, I went to my rabbi's.
Okay, I have to say, I do not trust men who get emotional while they're talking in public. And I completely understand if you discount this whole story and think less of me because I did get emotional. Because, yeah, tears are not things men should use. I didn't cry, obviously. But yeah, the pathos is not the point. The point is, I mean, yeah, as a Jew, this is scary. And I had a conversation today with somebody who actually kind of confirmed that, yeah, this is really going on, which is the Jewish establishment has decided that Jews have it too nice, and in the name of equity, it would be good to have more anti-Semitism. And if that sounds insane to you, I think you don't understand the perfidy of human beings and how Jews are just as perfectly capable of betraying each other as Gentiles are. So, yeah.
Friday night dinner, and his daughter was there with her friends. Not many people because of COVID, and the university had sent 2 armed guards.
Okay, so Snorkel says, I do not believe that all lives matter in the same way. Just as Jacob does not care about lives in the same way. I just say what I believe rather than hiding it in a catchphrase. He's correct, and I have said this many, many times, and it is, in fact, a very famous Jewish teaching. Hillel said, if I am not for myself, who is? And if I am for myself alone, what am I? And if not now, when? Jewish law very clearly, and you can read this in Maimonides, says that charity begins at home and then to the people in your city, and people in your family, and then the people in your city, and in broadening circles of responsibility. The idea that all human beings should care for all human beings equally is something patently false that in Brave New World, if you read the book by Aldous Huxley, which when I was in high school, everybody read, showed that it is in fact a manner of, and Jordan Peterson says this, and wrote to the book by something Pierre, that this is one of the best understood ideas that you cannot, must not, should not treat all other people the same way as you treat your own people. And this is one of the things that actually Tucker Carlson says quite eloquently. We live in a nation because we should care more about the people in our nation, our fellow citizens, than we should about people of other countries. Would I like to help people in other countries if I am able to? Sure. Not at the expense of the people in my country. Nationalism is good. I don't know how I can say this more clearly, and it is a basic teaching of Judaism. Most people believe it is also a teaching of Christianity, and are, again, I shouldn't have to say this. These are things everybody knew until 2 minutes ago, and now we pretend that we don't know. But you do use the term human flourishing to describe what the European is European genocide, as it describes rising population and economy, both of which are not controlled by the native. Don't understand what you're talking about. So I do use the term human flourishing. I think human flourishing is good. I think that people should cooperate as much as possible. And there's no reason why that should. Human flourishing does not mean that I sacrifice myself to others. That, I mean, if you need Ayn Rand to say it for you, then you can have Ayn Rand say it for you. But this is a basic teaching of Judaism that Judaism has always taught. Chayecha kodem. Your life should come first. You are not allowed to give up your life for somebody else. You are not allowed to take someone else's life for yourself, because each person has their own value, and it is only right that, I mean, these are the basics of ethics. Why are we even discussing this? And almost all focus on economy destroys tradition, which destroys the native. But anyways, this isn't the best place to comment, as I cannot keep up on the keyboard. Honestly, I mean, I will have you on if you would like on, because you have the right, I think you should have the right to respond. And hopefully I am not, in fact, in any way being unfair to you, I hope. I don't want to be unfair to you. Focus completely on the economy is, again, a Marxist thing. And that's part of how the Marxists are sabotaging us, making everything in terms of the economy, which is just plain wrong. We're not disagreeing. People have always cooperated. They no longer do, because they are forced together and forced to work together in a space that no one visible owns. A man from his castle will cooperate with another. Again, I think you're making a huge mistake. Your facts are wrong, like we were talking before. Common space has, in fact, common space and public spaces are incredibly good. And no, you're falling into the individualism, and it's a huge problem. They are, in fact, they have convinced you that you are better off living in your castle individually, as opposed to, what I think would be a lot nicer is if you were living near your parents or your wife's parents or with other people together. And yeah, community matters. Relationships matter. And the problem is not people are being forced together, it's that people are being forced apart, that our ability to talk to each other is being deliberately sabotaged. Our relationships with each other are being deliberately sabotaged. Again, go back to where I started this. And honestly, a lot of what you're saying, I think you skipped the beginning, where I just described a lot of this stuff. Counting does not work. Castle as a metaphor for the unit that allows a king and his people to work and mutually rely on one another, and then trade for what they need. Okay. I mean, I'm all for communities. I am all for communities. I don't know why you would think I would disagree. Again, Yoram Hazony has written and spoken about this at length, and this is a basic Jewish value. Public spaces which are forced by immigration rules that no one voted for are not cooperating. Okay, now you're just spouting words that Yeah, I'm sorry, but your cognition's not working. I'm sorry. It's just not.
And it was just sad and frightening. But it was right after the Poway shootings, and you know, um, DL is obviously like if somebody doesn't know about the Holocaust and is saying we should punch Nazis and censor them, then I can say they're ignorant. When the ADL is doing things that they know cause anti-Semitism.
I'll say one thing about public spaces and immigration. Unfortunately, unassimilated immigrants destroy public spaces. This was one of the things actually. So my parents and I were driving up to visit some family in Vancouver, and we stopped at rest areas and we stopped in parks and beautiful public spaces, and my dad was telling me we didn't have these. We didn't have a culture of this. And if that culture is not instilled in immigrants, then all of this beauty will be destroyed, and it will be, right? So if you do not create a sense of community, if you do not assimilate your immigrants, you will destroy your culture, you will destroy your public spaces, you will destroy your community. I have no idea why you say a person's cognition isn't working when even live you refuse to ask what a person means. This is a problem that makes communication difficult. When you are repeating talking points I have heard many, many, many times from people in the environments you obviously have been dealing with, again, like I explained there, when you are actually saying smart, intelligent things, I will tell you. And when you're saying stupid things, like a couple of times you have, I will tell you that too. Again, this is not the best environment to do this, but I don't want to be unfair to you, so I am reading your comments live. Yeah, sometimes you say smart things, and sometimes you say obviously false and stupid things, which I'm sure I say false and stupid things at times as well. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But it is only in a serious dialogue with other serious and smart people who aren't just Ash conformity bots, who are willing to actually tell you, no, that's dumb. Are you going to, in fact, sharpen your capacity to think? We distribute our cognition to other people and we don't notice it. That's just true. I try to notice it somewhat, and I try to do it deliberately, and I try to know who I am distributing my cognition to so that I can trust that person. But if you are just reading things off the internet, which I'm sorry, Snorkel, but you are, I'll give the example. I was watching one of your videos and you started talking about the number of Jews that owned slaves, and your figures were right out of David Duke quoting Farrakhan. It's like, I don't know where you got those numbers, but I recognize those numbers, you know? So somebody got that information from Farrakhan's silly book, and I would hope you aren't a huge fan of Louis Farrakhan. And, you know, so he had inflated, so David Duke had inflated the numbers from Farrakhan, and anyway, you can find all this stuff on the internet. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. It's a problem. And yeah, we need to actually have real engagement, cognitive engagement, so that I personally, I mean, if you look at my videos, you will see, including recently on my video on cholera with Sam, I have a pinned comment because I had one of my facts ostensibly wrong. uh, History doesn't approve of what I thought is true, and I pinned a comment saying that secure cognition is really, really important. It really is.
I think they're trying to kill me.
I don't really know how to respond to that necessarily, because the way a person of my persuasion might respond to, for instance, something as sacred as, say, someone marching into a synagogue and shooting your brethren.
And obviously, I mean, Snorkel is not the type of person who's like, yeah, high score, you know? He's a reasonable, good person. He wants to live his life. He wants to provide for his family. He's not an evil person. There are evil people out there who are like, yes, again, the James Lindsay videos, I mean, he documents this at length. These people are planning a revolution. They want a revolution. They want violence. Let me actually
Hi there.
play some.
Rise and shine, metalhead.
This is different.
Over the society because they believe in a magic liberation on the other side of doing this. So your children become a tool for them to achieve their disgusting and catastrophic political aims, which will be a catastrophe, both in the doing, in the means, and in the ends. Your children become the tool, and in the meantime, your children actually get massively psychologically and even sexually abused so that they can achieve that. Your children, through our schools, which in a society like the United States and all free societies are actually, they should be accountable to us, to parents, to good everyday citizens who have a vested interest in having.
And just read the encyclical, which I went through with Father Eric Seitz from Germany right before, right after the Nazis took power. The parental control of schools is of paramount importance.
A healthy, educated populace, and it to be done broadly by institutions that we should be able to trust because they work for us. They are paid by our tax dollars. And when you realize that our schools have been captured in a way that allows a Marxist agenda that achieves itself by literally psychological and sexual abuse and grooming of your children to do it, you really have
Psychological and sexual abuse.
to start realizing, and this isn't the point of this podcast, how much we need a broad-based parents coalition that no longer cares Republican or Democrat, right, left, center, doesn't matter. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter. Male, female, mom, dad, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Vaccinated, unvaccinated, doesn't matter. All of this division of parents.
Okay. So he's claiming this is his last comment. I doubt it. I am anti-revolution, as am I. But much of what I idolize was destroyed by revolution, by which liberalism was founded. As a liberal, what is wrong with revolution? So there are people who have argued that the American Revolution, similar to the French Revolution, was unnecessary and bad. I think there are times when you need a revolution. I think that it is possible because of what Jordan Peterson kind of put it, that at some point dialogue stops working and men need to take physical action. That should be, if a man who's not willing to go to war is forever defeated. You must be willing to go to war for those things which are most important. Now, the American Revolution, I think, did something really, really great. And in fact, I think the world would be a much worse place without the American Revolution. And the fundamentals that were in fact that were propounded, that came from the American Revolution. So I'm not one of those people who thinks that the American Revolution was wrong. I also don't think the Civil War was wrong, because I do think we had a country, and I believe in the right to emigrate. You have the right to leave a country. If you don't like it, you can leave. If there's somewhere for you to leave to. If nobody wants you, I guess you're stuck. You do not have the right to immigrate. You do not have the right to come into somebody else's country, somebody else's land. But if you don't want to be a part of your community, you should be allowed to leave your community, but you don't get to take the land with you unless there's some sort of amicable divorce, which at this point some people have said is what is necessary in the United States, and unfortunately I think they may in fact be right. I would prefer an amicable divorce to a civil war. Unfortunately, I think civil war may be in the offing. I do. And like I have said, I've gone shooting either once or twice in my life. I did not enjoy it. I don't like guns. I don't want guns. I have no plan of ever buying a gun. I did belong to the NRA, even though it is a corrupt organization which I no longer support. I do belong to other gun rights organizations. And if ever comes the time that the AR-15 is in some way being taken from people, I will in fact have to buy one, and you will have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. Not because I want an AR-15, but because I will not live in a country where I do not have the right to defend myself. There are times when violence is in fact necessary in defense of self and rights and people. So, not a pacifist. Let's put it that way. I think that what Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence is, in fact, a very good guide to when it becomes a necessity to, in fact, rebel, and that is when people's rights are being trampled. Okay, so that's my political theory. In any case, this insistence of turning the American Revolution into a copy of the French Revolution is a huge mistake. It is a huge mistake. The British common law system is, in fact, vastly superior to the French law, which was ultimately based on Roman law. There is such a thing as better laws and worse laws, better government, worse government, better results, worse results. And I think that through an actual study by intelligent people of ethics, politics, and theology, you can actually have a real, useful, pragmatic, ethical, and I would even go so far as to say holy idea of how society should be structured. These are discussions we can have once we have a secured cognition. when you have saboteurs, your discussion is being sabotaged constantly, as it is. And again, Claire Khaw is a saboteur. She's not the only one. I have experienced sabotage myself, which other people have not noticed. It is a huge problem until you secure your cognition. Until you secure your cognition, everything else is secondary. You cannot have a real discussion, right? I was talking to somebody who was like, I have to do my own research because the doctors are just dumb. It's like, no, it's not that the doctors are dumb. It's that the doctors you're talking to are either dumb or pretending to be dumb, because the American Medical Association is doing what it is and the CDC is doing what it's doing. But if you actually have an actual doctor who has really been educated, there is no way, I don't care how smart you are, that in doing a Google search you will improve on what a competent doctor will do. Same thing goes for judges, for lawyers, for photographers, for insurance agents. You need to have secure cognition. I don't know how many times I can repeat this again. But the solution is not to stop trying to find trustworthy people. It is to secure our distributed cognition, to earn each other's trust, and extend that trust in competent ways. Where were we? Oh, did we finish listening?
Parents prevents them from being able to protect their kids from creating this destabilized population in the children who are mentally ill and who are, in fact, going to rebel against, mock, and hate their parents' sexual morality in particular, and grandparents' sexual morality, reject it, refuse it, and in fact, as happened in China, eventually possibly rise up in violence against the older generations, whom they now see as repressing them and unable to understand them. All that kind of discontent of adolescence being channeled into a kind of flaming fury of societal destruction. Now, this is, again, a deliberate plan. This is not the attempt to help the proportion of students who are suffering gender dysphoria, who are actually gay and trying to come to terms with understanding who they are. It's not about helping any of that. It's all props for this Marxist political agenda that the groomers...
Again, Maoist revolution, the Cultural Revolution, look at what Mao did, look at what... Yeah, it's, this is deliberate sabotage of our society. We must secure our distributed cognition. And if we don't, heaven help us.
There's no way I can directly relate to that, of course. But in the general, I can look at it like this. When I was born, Sweden was around 5% non-Swedish. It's now around 30%. And most of the crime that's done to the...
And again, I think this is cultural. This is not about race. It is about cultural assimilation. And honestly, if you're not reproducing, which you should be, there's a problem there. The problem is you're not reproducing. You're not having enough children. And that's how we ended up with the immigration laws that we have. Because if you look at the age pyramid, the... So, age pyramid. When you look at the age pyramid, there is a reason why the immigration laws had to change. We were not having children. That is a huge problem. As we get older, it's going to be a bigger and bigger and bigger problem. It's a huge problem. and if yeah, I mean, honestly, simplifying it to race doesn't do it, because when you look at China, I mean Japan, there's a reason why they have to import, even though they actually have pretty, as far as I know, you would know better, Snorkel, but they have rather strict immigration laws in Japan. But I also know they have lots and lots of foreigners living there because they're not reproducing. Again, and I think they are not I think the attempt to stop us from reproducing, stop people from meeting each other, getting married, having children, young, is deliberate, and it's sabotaging our society like everything else.
Swedish person, unless you define a Swede as everyone who's in Sweden, is done by people who are not of Swedish
I define Swedish as a culture.
extraction. And this happens over Germany, England, Canada, America, most of Europe. And so if for instance, I considered Europe to be, this word's not going to work, to be my synagogue, to be my sacred ground, all of Europe is now a target by people who don't belong there, who are coming in. However they got there, I don't even want to discuss that, but they don't belong there. They come in.
This is a very simple thing he's saying. It's a very simple thing lots and lots of people have been saying. We need control of our borders. This is in no way something unreasonable, irrational, and to bind that up with racialism is in fact sabotage.
They're told that they belong there by whatever force is pushing this, and now they believe it. And you go to school, and it's
the force that's pushing it is postmodern neo-Marxism.
It's all anti-white, and they are given money, they are given support, and the natives of those places are not allowed to say, we are the natives, this is our land. And every year, we are a smaller portion of our own populations. In fact, our grandfathers who died killing those horrible Nazis would never have envisioned a future where, in their time, let's say just on the American perspective, it was 90% white American. It's now 65, including, and that 65 includes a lot of sort of mixed race people. In other words, we're looking at basically within the span of 70 years, the American population, the white American population going from 90 to 55.
People not reproducing is a problem.
Or maybe 50%. So for us, if you consider that we used to have places that we could even call our own. So let's say, oh, but America's always been, you can argue, and I understand the arguments. You could argue that America's always been multicultural, European or whatever. You could argue that. And I understand the arguments, and I understand, they didn't used to, that famous one, they didn't used to consider Italians white and all that. Disregarding the fact that
Again, racial consciousness is in fact what the neo-Marxists are pushing, and he's bought into it.
Regarding the fact that we've always idolized Rome, the Italian, like that is when we think of our heroes before Marvel.
So one thing I tell white nationalists is, give me a definition of white from before 1960 that you agree with. Can't do it. There's a reason why you can't do it. This whole concept of white is actually part of this neo-Marxist plot. I know it sounds crazy, but it is. Because we used to have cultures. Race wasn't the factor, but that's what these people want. This is race Marxism. They are pushing race Marxism.
When we thought of heroes, they were Roman and Greek, right? So it's a retarded argument on its face. But the point is this: even if you consider America to be multicultural,
it's not a retarded argument on its face. Germans were German, and British were British, and the Slavs were certainly not included, and Italians were not included, and so these conceptions of race, they are in fact rather silly. But this is something he has his facts wrong, right? So when you had just the Greek Isles, each city-state thought of themselves as basically a different race, right? And that's what happens in Iran as well. Each Shahristan, which is basically kind of like a city state in a way, is its own thing, right? People divide themselves up in groups, and to some extent, they need to, right? Again, we cannot think of everyone equally. We need to think of our neighbors before we think of people who are not our neighbors. Simple, logical, and what religion has allowed us to do is, in fact, have larger and larger nations, and to some extent, again, I mean, one of the comments I talked about the Catholic doctrine of subsidiarity. It's a very useful and good concept, which is why I think we will always need nation states, even if we do have some sort of global world order, like we do. I mean, we're not getting rid of the Uniform Commercial Code, which governs international commerce, is the only way that would happen is if mass numbers of people died. You would have to murder billions of people before you could do that. And quite unfortunately, that is something that a lot of these people wouldn't really mind that much. But the global order as it exists is what has allowed the flourishing, the large number of people to be large numbers. Unfortunately, people in... So there's the elephant graph. Yes, we need to be pronatal. I don't know how I can say this more clearly. People need to be getting married, having children, having multiple children, having children younger than they are. Optimally, you should have your children before you turn 25. You should have your children before you turn 25, at least some of them. And optimally, you should have at least 3 kids, at least, because that's how society functions best. And I do think we can, in fact, do it. Stupid environmentalism being stupid. But again, we're arguing over things we don't need to argue about. We actually agree on a lot of things. And the main reason I think Snorkel and I are at odds so much is sabotage.
And it to be unfair to say that it belongs to Europeans. Well, now we can't even say, okay, well, we'll go back to Europe, because there is no Europe, because you are now Swedish. You can become Swedish just by the swish of a pen by this traitor's government or that traitor's government. Same with Japan. I could become a Japanese citizen right now, and if any Japanese person...
See, as I understood, it's not that easy. Well, I mean, he's married to somebody Japanese. Marriage laws make sense. I mean, he has Japanese kid and went on the way. I don't see any problem with Japan allowing him to immigrate, especially if he is a productive part of their society.
Discriminated against me, they would be in trouble, despite the fact I am obviously not Japanese. And this is happening all of Europe. What is it now? 10 to 20% of the population of Europe, which for thousands of years. Now, you can, like, again, you can argue, you say no, it's always been this or that, or there's always been migration. Of course, there's always been migration.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this, again, I think he's repeating talking points that circulate in those circles.
The lines on the map don't mean anything. But Europe was never a Middle Eastern colony. It was never an African colony. It was never an Asian colony.
Okay, so I I didn't want to get into it. Africa was a European colony. Asia was a European colony. The United States, North America, South America were European colonies. Please. Yeah. First of all, I'm not such an anti-colonialist. I think the British colonial rule over India was actually beneficial to both, mostly to India, much more so than independence has been under that man. But regardless, this you could not have this conversation outside of the silly circle he's in the way he's having it, because Europeans complaining about being colonized, while they're right if they agree that colonization is wrong, there's obvious problems. Yes, colonialism was a European thing, which honestly I'm not a fan of. Certainly, the Jewish Bible is not a fan of, and you will see this many times if you're paying attention, is not a fan of empire, and which is why one of the many things he gets very wrong is regarding the idea of Jewish domination. I mean, again, he's been talking in a very particular group, and some of the things he says obviously show. I mean, really? You're going to complain about Europe supposedly being an African colony right now? Really? You want to use that word?
We Europeans fought each other, and we had migration patterns.
And colonialized other countries, and imported slaves, and
Between the Europeans, we hated each other, we had rivalries, and eventually we came to establish identities. And that happened in Asia, Africa, etc. And now my home, 800 people, that little...
This is a complete... I mean, his history is just so wrong in so many ways. But again, we distribute our cognition to other people. It's not like he made up a history of, he's not a historian.
Village is now, by the way, we've had an interesting spate of rapes of Swedish women by non-Swedes. There is no place for the white person. And so this, maybe that synagogue story is incredibly powerful. Because, by the way, we don't have, there is a space for minorities to exist in Western countries. And if something happens to them, they can demonize the entire...
So, again, and while I said this, no, demonizing an entire population is wrong. Racism is racism. And he's bought into the mentality, the postmodernist mentality, which says it's fine to demonize other groups, and it's not.
Host population. But the host population, and this is...
You cannot demonize groups. It's individuals who do bad things. And individuals should be responsible for the things that they do, and only if they do them in groups in a conspiracy, like Claire Khaw, should they be held responsible in groups.
Just how it goes.
Well, hold on. I don't think they can or should. Racism, I don't believe there's reverse racism, because racism is racism. There's no such thing as reverse racism, because racism is just racism. And racism towards whites is racism. And that's, so these anti-racists are actually just racists.
Well, the whole term racism is basically, was in its original form, is basically an anti-white concept. It was never labeled. It was not labeled against anyone else but whites. Now, there's a modern concept that racism just means, thinking that one race is superior than the other.
Again, I mean, you can look up in the etymology dictionary, which is one of my favorite sites. Again, we had this discussion.
But the way it was originally aimed was not toward the Asians, was not toward the Africans, was not toward any host people except for the whites. You can look at it. I mean, you can look at the way it was used by Trotsky. You can look at it in the ways it's being used by various intellectuals.
Trotsky is now a prominent and influential, again, because he's Jewish, and because in the places where he, they're always pointing, and this is confirmation bias, right? They're always pointing at the Jews. Trotsky, who was mostly a nobody, right? So why is Trotsky more important than Stalin or Lenin or any of the other, or Mao or Pol Pot, or, right? Yes, there are disproportionate numbers of Jews in all kinds of things. This has a lot to do with the fact that Jews tend to be literate, whereas other populations are less literate. Therefore, you're always going to have a disproportionately large number of Jewish, especially in revolutionary groups. I mean, this is E. Michael Jones's whole thing, and I can go through it, but again, doesn't even matter, because first you have to start by securing your distributed cognition.
Between then and now, and that's just how it is. And ADL even put it directly, about a month and a half ago, it literally said...
The ADL is, as far as I'm concerned, trying to murder Jews.
I wish I did. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
they denied that it's possible to be racist against whites, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. And frankly, I don't know what to tell you about what's going on in the ADL, but how does that relate to somebody showing up at a synagogue I go to?
Yeah, like I said, I can only expand that out. For instance, here's just, I'll just make it simple. There should not be...
So this is the thing. He's saying, look, we're victims too. So this is one of the things that James Lindsay explains is resentment is what we are taught to wallow in, right? And it's bad. Thinking of yourself as a victim is bad, which is one of the many reasons I think that the Holocaust should not play the large role in the Jewish community that it does. But again, we have from the top people pushing resentment on every group because they're trying to sabotage us and cause us to hate each other and go to war, and they are succeeding.
Be a world, for instance, I don't believe it's good that there's Christian churches in Japan. I don't think that... I don't...
Honestly, I think Japan needs Christianity. Shintoism just doesn't work, has not worked, and I have no problem with Christianity taking over Japan, partially because if not, I think Islam will. Paganism just is bad. I mean, there's a reason monotheism is vastly superior as a psychotechnology. Again, go look at what John Vervaeke talks about, his awakening from the meaning crisis stuff. This is something where we are discussing in our little group corner of the internet a lot, but yeah, atheism doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Paganism doesn't work. It's an inferior psychotechnology. Buddhism, maybe. The problem is the Buddhism that we in the West are familiar with is a very particular Americanized, westernized understanding of Buddhism that somewhat has been infected, in fact, with postmodernism. I don't know if Buddhism is going to work, although it's kind of become monotheistic / maybe even atheistic. Again, John Vervaeke is the one who talks about this stuff, but yeah, Japan is going to continue to be a defeated country until they develop a religion, and Shintoism just doesn't work, especially after you no longer have the divine emperor, and honestly, I would say it never worked as well as Christianity. So yeah, I would love to see Japan become Christian.
I don't think that's a good thing. I believe that the traditional way a society is set up is the way it should go forward. And the moment you start breaking it up in
Why? Some societies are shit. See, this is part of my whole thing. It's like some societies are better than other societies, and progress is good.
lots of different pieces, that's when you get good and bad reactions both.
And honestly, I think the reason why he has this feeling is because he has been so disconnected, he's been red pilled, which is really a result of institutional betrayal. So the institutions which were supposed to help ground him in his life have failed him, and he's like, I need to go back to something solid. And unfortunately, he's picking bad, solid things. And again, I think that is because of the sabotage
From the majority and the minorities. And at the moment, and it's been this way for quite a while, the minorities essentially have all of the power. Now, you could take that apart in a bunch of different ways, but I mean, of course, I would never. The idea that
the minorities don't have all the power. The powerful have all the power, and thinking in racial terms is, in fact, I think one of the ways in which the powerful have been maintaining their power. You will notice Hunter Biden went to Yale Law School. Hunter Biden would not have graduated Yale Law School without affirmative action. I'll say that again. Hunter Biden would not have graduated Yale Law School without affirmative action. I saw it when I was in law school myself. Once you get into a law school, there is no flunking out of a law school, which is why the law firms will not hire anybody who is not in the top of the law school, regardless of which law school it is, right? So I went to one of the best law schools. I was not one of the best students. I was not one of the worst students. I was about middling. And the law profession knows what that means. Well, they don't know what it means to be middling because the grading system is being sabotaged, right? Deliberately sabotaged. And so Hunter Biden graduates from Yale Law School. The black student who never should have gotten in, but was allowed in for affirmative action, graduates from law school. And some people who are actually there because of their competence graduate from Yale Law School. And because grades are being sabotaged, and we know grades are being sabotaged, everybody who is aware of what's going on in the top schools understands that there are many people who should not be there. Please see discussions by Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter on this. First of all, it completely cheapens the grades of the accomplishments and grades of the people who actually are black and smart, like Clarence Thomas gets written off as an affirmative action hire. And actually, this new social justice warrior they're about to confirm is similarly, looks like she's actually competent, which is scary because Ruth Bader Ginsburg at least was incompetent. She was definitely incompetent. She was, as a lawyer, she was an okay lawyer. As a judge, she was completely incompetent. There are quantitative studies which show clearly that that are that she just should never have been a judge. Never, ever, ever. And it was obvious. It should be obvious to anybody who knows the law. But again, thinking in these racial terms is allowing the people who are hereditarily, right, like the Bidens, like the Clintons, like the Bushes, to maintain their power even though they have no competence. And he's just feeding into that.
That someone would walk into a place of worship or march or run and kill people is hideous. And Europe is my church in some ways. And right now, the European...
Why Europe? He's, right, he was born, I guess, maybe? I mean, grew up at least in Toronto, lives in Japan, right? There's a reason why he is stateless and homeless, I think. And this is deliberate. His capacity to create a strong foundation for himself and his family has been sabotaged.
And is not even allowed to say something's wrong. You can have your little, you can react on Twitter.
And the censorship is, in fact, makes it worse.
That there's too much immigration, and in England be arrested for that, or have a knock on your door by the cops.
Again, censorship. And then when I bring it up, he's like, no, it can't be just the censorship. Again, so we understand things in conversation with other people. We digest things, and having some sort of adversarial discussion can sometimes help with that. But it's to some extent, I think, because this was adversarial and on the internet, I'm not sure it did as much good as, for example, when we were talking one-on-one. And again, I mean, I would very much like to help him somewhat. I don't know him. I am far more concerned about the United States than I am about Japan or Sweden or Canada. I am far more concerned about California than I am about certainly Japan, Sweden, or Canada, or Israel. And so I am worried about what's going on in our country. And the reason why I want to continue speaking with Snorkel is because he's intelligent, well-spoken, and brave. And those are very, very hard things to find in somebody who, in fact, has been sabotaged the way he has. And it is only through a discussion with somebody who is brave, intelligent, and well-spoken that these ideas can actually be hashed out. I do think we're going to lose him. I think we're going to lose him to his sensibility and to some extent. I think maybe what do you call it? White pilling, maybe him a little bit. White pilling. But in any case, if we don't have intelligent people representing the reasonable things that he's saying, if we don't have a forum for people who can safely ask questions and bring up concerns, which maybe in fact be wrong, right? I mean, obviously, I am who I am, and I'm willing to tell people they're stupid when they say stupid things, which makes it really hard for people to approach me. Um, and sometimes, honestly, I have to go to people to say things that are stupid so that I can refute it. Not that I was at all trying to do that to Snorkel. Again, I think perfectly intelligent person, mostly making very intelligent points based on just bad facts. And again, I think he's kind of been co-opted with the postmodernists as far as history. But in any case, I it would be really good for our society if Snorkel had a bigger platform where he was able to explain his thoughts and have serious engagement with them, because he's not the only person having these thoughts. He's the one of the few people who is smart enough, well spoken enough, and brave enough to say that in public. And if he gets shut up, which is what I fear most, and why I'm making this video most, and why I'm calling out Claire Khaw most, is in fact it would be a tragedy.
Now this is like coming way down the line. Any sort of reaction to this, like there's two things that are going to happen in the future. There's either the white person will just be cowed into such stupor that that's it. All of their
False dichotomy. I don't think this is the only two things that could happen. I'm actually kind of considering skipping a lot of this because I don't think it's relevant to the stuff we were talking about. But yeah.
former homelands will become the home of the entire world, or there will be a reaction from white people, and I think both are going to probably end in not. It won't be good for the whites. It won't be good for the Europeans.
I don't think it'll be good for anybody.
Well, for sure.
But he is being caught into the false dichotomy that I talked about, and that's something that people like Claire are making us, or bring us into it.
If it continues this way, and you just keep having basically unending immigration, it's gonna be war. The whites will eventually realize that
you can't have unending immigration, and you saw Trump's reaction. I mean, he won at least 2016. He's actually quite likely to win in 2024. Unfortunately, I have better candidates, but there's definitely been a reaction. So yeah,
they're the target. You will have all the other races that will, for a while at least, target the whites because that's what they're supposed to do, and that's basically all that they're hearing on TV and in school. And then after that, I would imagine that once the whites are eliminated, that it'll just be hell on earth, and there will be no place that's even a refuge.
Whites are not going to be eliminated. That's just ridiculous. And the fact that there are people who... I'm not as worried about the white people who are worried about white people being eliminated as I am about the stupid non-white, supposedly, people, who with glee think that this is something that's going to happen. And no, okay, this system that they're setting up cannot work. These people are not competent, right? These postmodern neo-Marxists are not competent. It will not work. The question is, how long will it persist before it is stopped? How that stopping will look like, and how long it will take us to recover. I can only hope that people have, in fact, somewhat started to wake up. If Elon Musk is, in fact, I don't know that he is, but if he is, in fact, concerned about free speech, and he joined the board of Twitter, in a sense, and Donald Trump will be back on Twitter before the end of before the November elections, and there will actually be a serious lessening of censorship. It's possible that this could end a lot earlier. If there is a huge red wave, hopefully in November. And again, I care mostly about the United States. If there is a huge red wave in November, that could be really, really good. And if people like Chris Rufo and James Lindsay are in fact capable and in advancing the ball against the postmodern neo-Marxists, the Babylon Bee is actually doing really good work. And at the very least, Elon Musk seems to be behind helping the Babylon Bee not be censored. That is a step forward. Again, cognitive distortions are really, really bad. Cognitive distortions cause mental health problems. And that is the reason, look at, you can read Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff's book, Coddling of the American Mind, for all the details. We are actually imposing cognitive distortions on people, which is a deliberate accelerationist policy. There are many possibilities between disaster and perfection, right? And it's most likely going to be somewhere in the middle there. Do you think that we will see a rise in right-wing censorship, which they used to support, but dropped mostly in the wake of the conservative legal movement? To some extent, I think we might in fact need what people will call right-wing censorship. I think we need a lot of people removed from, we need a lot of cancellations. I don't think all cancellations are, in fact, censorship. Censorship, to me, means things like trying to erase Alex Jones, trying to erase Donald Trump. And if similar things were done to voices on the left, I think that would be bad. Trying to remove Donald Trump as president is just politics. Trying to, buying a board position on the board of Twitter, that's normal power politics. Somebody needs to buy the New York Times from the people who own it. A.G. Schultz, I think his name is. And needs to purge all the idiots there. And there are a lot of idiots there. And hopefully it will be a peaceful purge, but we need a purge of academia. We need some of the things that I think Hungary and Poland have been doing as far as academic departments. I generally agree with basically everything Jordan Peterson says in this manner. The proposal by some that public universities be more beholden to the state government's elected officials. Michael Knowles has argued this, for example. I could see that. I wouldn't necessarily be totally against something like that, and I wouldn't think of that as censorship, really. For me, censorship is not having control of the various parts of your society, positions of power. Not being in a position of power, not being allowed to exercise power in certain ways is not censorship. Censorship is when the powerless, right? And that, to some extent includes Donald Trump when he is the president that is being, in fact, censored. So, it's not an easy situation. I think that there is a real problem with trying to oversimplify situations. That happens a lot, and it needs to not happen. I do not take an ideological opposition to anything 100%. I'm not even opposed to killing people 100%. There are times, there is a time to kill. But what is going on right now cannot continue. We cannot have the long march through the institutions must be reversed. I would be completely for defunding every department of studies, whatever studies there are. Judaic studies, Africana studies, white studies first and foremost, Chicano studies, all of the grievance studies majors and departments should completely have their budgets zeroed out. They should be all thrown out of the universities. The schools of education need to be purged, and I hope this is done peacefully. If it is not done peacefully, it will eventually be done in some manner because things cannot continue as they are. They simply cannot, must not, will not continue as they are. Okay.
Huge for anyone. So
how do you think this happened? Like, what caused the world to come into the way it is this way?
listen, no one has any answers. I mean,
I have answers.
Again, see, no one has any answers. See, absolutely wrong. James Lindsay has answers. Vocal Distance has answers. Jordan Peterson has answers. Paul Vanderklay has answers. And we need to extend our cognition in competent ways to competent people. Tucker Carlson. I would vote for Tucker Carlson for president in 2 minutes. Ron DeSantis, not sure. I'm a huge fan of him. Prefer him to most of what our other options are. Donald Trump, if he is the nominee, I will vote for him. I will campaign for him. The only problem with Donald Trump is he's too old and to some extent too toxic. But I also have this feeling like, you know what? Donald Trump needs to win again so that these people understand what they were doing is not acceptable, including what Greg Horowitz's did. I am still angry over Greg Horowitz's meddling in our election the way he did, which was completely unethical.
But go ahead.
But no one knows. What I mean is, we can assume things, but no one has any full knowledge unless you're God. And I don't believe there's pieces of truth.
You don't need full knowledge. See, again, I think he's been thrown into these cognitive distortions. For the love of God, regardless of who you are, go through a cognitive behavioral therapy workbook. The older, the better. Get one from at least 20 years ago. Or an app or a computer program. There are actually good ones. Mood Gym from Australia is an okay one that's not very expensive. At least read through a list of cognitive distortions so you can recognize them, because these are the tools of the enemy. They are, in fact, using cognitive distortions against us.
Reasonable answers. So people watching this channel can take out their bingo card. I think Paul of Tarsus, there is no Jew or Greek, no man or woman no free or slave in Christ Jesus,
Right.
is a foundational part of Pauline Christianity. And I think
See, this is the thing. Like, the everybody's equal thing is actually a very Christian idea that's really Pauline. Like, the ripping of the veil in John, the Gospel of John. Uh, yeah, I mean, it. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs once said, I admire Nietzsche because he's an original anti Semite. He blamed the Jews for Christianity. A lot of Jews, like Judaism, gets blamed for Christianity. And a lot of the good things from Christianity come from Judaism. A lot of the bad things come from other places or are uniquely Christian. The quote I like is the New Testament has many new and wonderful things. The problem is the new things are not wonderful and the wonderful things are not new.
it has definitely made people go, hold on, no, there is man and woman, and because I am Jewish, I do believe there is Jew and Gentile, but that's because in my religion, I think when you look at history, you see that God chose the Jewish people for a specific purpose. Hine Avdi Israel, right? The suffering servant in Isaiah 56. If you're not just reading it about Jesus, if you read it in context, actually read 55 and all the right. Start Isaiah number 1. It's very clear that the suffering servant is first and foremost Israel, and I think all of that has come true. But what I see is the faults of Christianity being cast at Jews.
Oh, that's fair enough. I have no disagreements there. But I would,
but
at
you're
the
a
same time,
Christian.
well, here, yes, again,
So this is the thing. So I think the sabotage of Christianity is deliberate. They have turned, I mean, on the neo-reactionary right, they attempt to destroy Christianity by turning Jesus into a Jew and turning the Jews into evil has been very successful, and that's why we have these crazy neo-pagans who are silly. I don't think. Okay. Again, Snorkel is one of the most intelligent, coherent, and brave people I have ever met. All human beings have their ideas and their cognition in group with other people. He is very much embedded in an incredibly unhealthy cognitive environment, which is not challenging him with a lot of the same questions that I would on a regular basis. And actually, I think that's part of the reason he continues to engage with me is I'm making him think, I hope. And so I don't blame him for being confused when he's having a discussion with me. I'm guessing in the when he's talking to, and if you go on his channel and you see him talking to other people, you will see that he is in fact he is a thought leader, as he should be. The problem is that the thought leaders like Millennial Woes, right, who and David Duke and other leaders that Claire Khaw in fact elevates, and the sabotage that is being taken, that is very, very evident in that environment. I first learned of Snorkel because Claire Khaw had gone into his Telegram channel and was causing discord, and he had banned her, very wisely so, which he later was regretting. And like, so she was sabotaging his Telegram channel for a very specific reason. Telegram, Gab, all of these uncensored places where anybody who's talking about these things gets relegated to are constantly being sabotaged. I've seen it on Discord. I've seen the sabotage work on Discord. In Eric Weinstein's community, there were people who came in and destroyed through relational aggression that that area of people organizing. And when I was trying to organize people and get people to work together, and that was, I saw the sabotage there as well. And this is deliberate teams of people being sabotaging the conversation. So don't blame Snorkel for the confusion. He is actually, there's a reason why Claire Khaw is going after him. He's the sensible person that cannot be allowed to develop that community into something healthy.
I approach Christianity a little bit more. I don't want to say mystically. That's a word I don't properly understand.
Again, the words are, and important words, are constantly being redefined, confused. He's trying to find his way in a deliberately sabotaged cognitive environment. No human being, no single human being can, we're just not wired that way. We must have our cognition in conversation with other intelligent and trustworthy people. That's why, for example, I did ban libertarian, not libertine, because I felt like he was deliberately sabotaging the conversation. And I plan on allowing him back, but at that time it was like, there are too many bots there. And you saw Claire came in, and then one of her bots came in, right? There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. There are actually agents of chaos working amongst us and sabotaging things amongst us. I cannot repeat this enough.
But it's more of a spiritual direction, because, as I said, I try, as far as I understand it, I have to decouple a lot of the Old Testament. And the main thing that I have to decouple Christianity from the Old Testament is the iconoclasm. And that is, there can only be one choice for anyone, essentially. And because it's global, it's not globalist.
Again, yes, this is somewhat confused. Honestly, I mean, it's like, I want to tell him to go to a Catholic church. Snorkel, go to a Catholic church. But don't know what to tell you. There is a lot of confusion there, but it's not his fault.
In the way that we think of globalism right now. But if basically you're given charge or sanctioned by God to destroy this nation and that nation and this nation and that nation, because
completely misunderstood Protestant reading of the Old Testament, which is basically Marcionite.
For whatever reason, they were considered evildoers. Then whatever it is, whatever you want to, and with the Great Commission, I mean, first you basically iconoclastically destroy or replace, or whatever you want to call it. Good, you can put in good work.
So Great Commission, I mean, again, these are theological discussions that I think are better had in a secure cognitive environment like we have on Bridges of Meaning.
Words are bad words. Europe, so that everyone has to become Christian.
Okay, there's 2 more hours of this. I have been going for 4.5 hours. I think I'm going to stop here. I hope I made most of my points. I'm going to do a half hour of addressing the chat. You guys watched the rest of this. I think I have made most of my points. I'm trying to remember if there's anything I forgot to. Okay, so libertarian, not libertine, is has been unhidden, so he should be able to talk in the chat. If people have questions, comments, etc., I'm not gonna go. How much back? Let's see, Lewis. Da, 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 da. Claire is a psyop agent. She claims she's in this social media bomb. I don't think she is. Not just that. Yeah, if people have questions or comments, I will entertain them for the next half an hour. But yeah, I do want to go home eventually. And this has taken for a very long time. It's water, I swear. Do you think white nationalism always devolves into mysticism because it arises out of a felt experience and not rational thought? It seems like the trinity of political ideologies. I don't think it devolves into mysticism. I think so. If you haven't watched my discussion of Gnosticism with Burn Power, I think that's relevant. I think that a lot of this has to do with our Cartesian dualism between our physical material body and spirituality and the Gnostic elements of Christianity being problematic. And I think what happens is that in a rejection of Gnosticism or an embrace of Gnosticism, in an attempt to try to make sense of our physical self, people resort to racialism. And I don't know if I don't know. There's definitely been a lot of overlap between occultism and racism. The thing with white nationalism is I don't actually think it was really a thing. Even as late as World War II, like that wasn't white nationalism. Like Aryan nationalism was all sorts of confused. But it's not like they thought of Slavs as somehow same race or part of the same nation. We're using a lot of very confused words, and honestly, the word white, it was somewhat useful in a context of American chattel slavery. And then after the war, after the Civil War, in an attempt to somehow maintain those boundaries. But I don't know. I mean, that white really is a thing. Oh, you are totally correct. Well, thank you. Richard Spencer said his idea of whiteness and what Europe was dates after World War II. Yeah, this is something when I am actually, like, if I am actually trying to engage with the content of these far-right circles. So I very much have been trying to avoid engaging with the actual content of Snorkel's ideas because I'm much more concerned about securing the cognition. But the ideas are so incoherent. Like white nationalism, some of them have started talking about like a European identity, which makes a lot more sense than talking about a white identity. Like, and to some extent, I think this is because of a failure of the sabotage. I don't want to give superpower capacity to people like Claire. They're not impervious to being in fact refuted and stopped, and they're not all omnipotent, and we should never think that they are. And to some extent they do fail at times to stop reasonable sense making and community formation. I think they failed on many levels there. Substack, I think, has been a complete failure of their attempts to censor it. Tim Pool, Joe Rogan is a huge failure on their part. Their attempt to stop what I forget his name, Titania McGrath, Doyle, I think his name is, the guy who runs that thing. Um, they've had serious losses at the hands of Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is a capable foe of these people. Do not underestimate him. And his books on these things are incredibly important, lucid, and I highly recommend them. So do not be too defeatist. I certainly think you should not be in any ways thinking that this attempt at making everything racial is in fact completely successful. It's too successful. It has captured powerful seats that need to be taken away from them, including the Biden administration, including many Democratic administrations, and even Republican administrations. The Republican establishment is not much better. I mean, the anti-Trump Republicans, I don't trust further than I can throw them. Especially Andrew Sullivan. Oh my God. He has been an incredible disappointment. And there's a lot of people like that. But in any case, there is sense making going on that is real. There are communities, other communities than PVKs. If I were in Great Britain, I would definitely be very involved in Sargon of Akkad and his Lotus Eaters website. If I were more of the atheist type, I would probably be much more supportive of Tim Pool with his Timcast and everything that's going on there. I am as supportive as I can be of at least some of the IDW, and there are glimmers of hope. So, yeah, don't lose hope, and to the extent that some of these white nationalists have started calling themselves either European identitarians or nationalists, even to some extent. I mean, there's a reason why Claire went after E. Michael Jones. The traditionalist Catholic community can be rabidly anti-Semitic, but it's actually much healthier than a lot of what's going on. I think Protestants have a much harder time dealing with this than the Eastern Orthodox. So the Ortho Bros are doing pretty well. So I don't think it's so much that the white nationalism is devolving into mysticism as mysticism is devolving into white national, and occultism is devolving into white nationalism, because they don't have a solid Christianity to fall back on, and you need that operating system. You have to have an operating system, and unfortunately, I mean, Judaism, being a Noahide, is not a complete operating system. Maybe in some way it can be or become that, but it's certainly not right now. And the Noahide community is not very healthy, and frankly, not everybody should be converting to Judaism. So, and I think you can have a healthy Islam. I think it is quite possible to have a healthy Islam, possibly a healthy Buddhism. I don't know if it's possible to have a healthy Hinduism. I could hope, maybe. Um, but yeah, it's. I think it's the other way around. It's not the white nationalism that's causing the mysticism. I think it's the lack of Christianity or a real mysticism, a real, and yeah, these people get involved in occultism more than they do in mysticism. Occultism, to some extent, I would say, Gnosticism. I did a bunch of conversations on Gnosticism, so. Would you consider yourself white? I have been informally asking people for years if they think Middle Easterners are white. Older people tend to say no, younger people say yes. So, I was told that I am white when, for example, I was applying for college. Like, they would ask you, and I was like, so what's the answer? Which was a major mistake. And although they haven't done it, I've told my nephews we're Hispanic. And we are Hispanic. We're Sephardic Jews. And if asked, I say my ethnicity is Hispanic and my race is white. Do I think identifying me as white makes much sense? No. Obviously, the endogamous genetic group that I belong to is Jewish. And the genetic, I mean, if you're actually paying attention to genetic, the thing is, it's like, why are we even asking? What's the actual reason, right? If it's for health reasons, I'm guessing Jewish screenings, like for Tay-Sachs makes much more sense than, I don't know. But that's part of this whole postmodern problem. I mean, this is what James Lindsay talks about. They are deliberately making these things vague and silly. And, growing up, I was called sand N-word by a lot of people in school. And as a Sephardic Jew, in the Jewish community, have also been called an N-word, which is used by some Ashkenazim of Sephardim. I just don't see the word white as being useful. If anything, like, European makes more sense. Like, if you're going to split people into endogamous groups, which makes some sense, so do it on a biological basis, on a real biological basis. And if you really want to, like, do some sort of melatonin test, right? That actually makes a lot more sense than the way we do it, which is, you have the 1-drop rule, 1/16. It makes no sense whatsoever. Why is Barack Obama considered black? His mother was white completely, and his father was black. So why does that make you, if you're 50-50, why does that make you black, right? And on his mother's side, we know that they were slave owners. And on his father's side, we pretty much know they were slave owners, because he comes from East African aristocracy, right? So, how is he? I mean, he's definitely not a descendant of slaves, that's for sure. And there are black people who have started using the term descendant of slaves instead of black and white, and BIPOC is just completely silly. So I don't think it's very useful, and if it is being used against me, F you. I'll identify. I absolutely meant it when I said, when people said that Donald Trump is going to be rounding up Muslims, I said, well, they're going to have a tiny problem with me because I'm going to identify as a Muslim if they're rounding up Muslims. And to the extent that white people need my solidarity against racism against them, they have it. But also, I'm not. I've stopped playing the game of these racialists, and I often just refuse to answer at all because it's stupid. I agree. Even with Europeans, Southern Europeans generally fall into a haplogroup, which includes most of the Mediterranean littoral, and have more in common genetically with a North African. Look, if you are honestly trying to find genetic, I mean, human genetics is real. um, Genetics is real. So if you're actually going to define it in some reasonable manner, go ahead. Because I mean, medically, there are things that matter medically, and I have no problem saying that your physiology affects your behavior and your mental capacity. It does, but so does neuroplasticity. We're not having a serious conversation. We are having a sabotaged conversation on race that is being sabotaged by by deliberate racial sabotage by these neo-Marxists, by these postmodernists, who prefer for things not to have good and reasonable definitions because they want to destabilize us. Ergo, this whole 5 hour thing. And I am apparently reading about a Pentagon report from 2010 about extraterrestrials. I don't know what world I'm living in. I really don't. U.S. intelligence officials have evidence that UFO sightings have led to adverse health effects like radiation burns, paralysis, and even brain damage, according to a newly released report from a shadowy Pentagon program that closed in 2012. The study classifies different types of encounters with unidentified objects, including ones accompanied by sightings of ghosts, yetis, or spirits, and others that result in injury, death, or even permanent healing. What world are we living in? Okay, you have me for 3 more minutes. It's not alien conspiracy stuff. I've been reading the serious stuff on the Discord server. Are you on the Discord server, Anthony? Unless you are somebody I don't recognize. So there's the extraterrestrial channel, and I have only been including things that are that are not just crazy conspiracy stuff. There was a book by a Harvard physicist on the Oumuamua. Okay. Yeah, so it's on my Discord. I read that book, which is incredibly interesting. There was the report by the what's his name? By the DNI in the United States, and apparently this is from a British organization. And yeah, there's a lot more here than just conspiracy theories. So, okay, it's been 5 hours. I need to go home.